Chapter 982. Dark, empty, and silent. Cassie opened her eyes in the darkness. For a few moments she was disoriented by the onslaught of colors and sensations. She was looking at the bright blue sky and the sea of white clouds rolling beneath the ivory tower. Sunlight was caressing her skin, and gentle winds were singing into her ears. She was enveloped in heat, red sparks flying from a crucible where molten steel was shining with an incandescent glow. A tired voice was chanting something in an ancient language, the alien words drowning in the clamor of the forge. She was locked in a small office, reading a document. The paper was cold to the touch and smelled of fresh ink. Her vision was blurry from the lack of sleep, and her heart was heavy. The contents of the document were grave. There were other places, other people. It took her some time to find herself among the strangers. Cassie's was the only world that had no colors and no shapes. It was dark, empty, and silent. She could feel the soft fabric of her pajamas touching her skin and the warmth of her bed. The smell was all wrong, though. Wrong, but nice and familiar. Where am I? She frowned and then remembered. These were not her chambers in the ivory tower. She had returned to the waking world and was now in her room. She was home. Cassie allowed the perspectives of various people marked by her ability to fade into the background and concentrated on her own. She rose from the bed and went to the bathroom to take a shower. The layout of her room was orderly and familiar, and she was careful to keep everything in its proper place. That was why she could orient herself without problem here, not needing any help. This darkness was safe. It had not always been that way, however. For the first few weeks after receiving her flaw, Cassie had been a walking collection of bruises. And then, the solstice was upon her. After a short but pleasant shower, way better than anything they had been able to arrange in the ivory tower, she walked over to her wardrobe and got dressed. Her clothes were organized according to a strict system, with a tactile script tag added to each hanger to label colors, so Cassie could find anything she wanted quickly. Finally ready, she left her room and headed downstairs. Outside of her own space, she felt less confident. Her parents tried to be mindful of her flaw, but it was still something unfamiliar to them. In the years after becoming blind, Cassie spent most of her time someplace else, after all. How could they have grown accustomed to it? She was almost sure that there would not be a piece of furniture moved or a random item left carelessly in the way. But the mere possibility of stumbling into something or falling down made her feel tense. Cassie felt like a stranger in her own home. She hated that feeling. Of course, nothing here could really harm her. Her ascended physique was beyond being bruised by a mundane accident, but today was a special day. She wanted to make it perfect. Cassie hesitated for a little and then activated her awakened ability. With so many perspective mediums out there, her essence was in a state of delicate equilibrium. She had to be mindful not to spend more than she could passively replenish, and indulging herself without a real reason was not very responsible. Just for a little bit. Immediately, the world changed. Cassie was standing near the stairs, but she was also cautiously descending them. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Cassie lowered her foot to the first step, but she was also on the 4th step. Cassie reached the 4th step, but she was also on the landing. Her hand was sliding along the banister, but it was also hanging by her side. She did not smell anything in particular, but she could also feel the scent of her mom's shampoo and flowers. Cassie was still on the stairs, but she also felt a pang of pain as her shins slammed into something hard, followed by the sound of a glass vase shattering as it hit the floor. That was nothing there before. Cassie moved to the side, avoiding the unfamiliar stand, and leaned forward a little to smell the flowers. The vase was standing still and perfectly whole. At the same time, there was the sound of an opening door, and her mother's scent became stronger. Cassie turned to the closed door. The door opened, and her mother walked inside from the street. "Ah, my baby is awake." Cassie smiled and released her awakened ability. Instead, she sent her essence forward and substituted her sight with her mom's. Immediately, the full room came into view, including an unfamiliar wooden stand with a beautiful vase of natural flowers on top of it. She saw herself, too. Cassie could see her own face, but not that of her mother. She frowned a little. "My skirt is wrinkled. Happy birthday. I can't believe it. My lovely daughter is turning 20. Cassie smiled. She didn't feel like she was 20. She felt like she was 200. Before she could say anything, her mom enveloped her in a hug. "I am so glad that you managed to come. Work is work, but a young lady like you should not forget about her poor old parents. Would it kill you to visit more often? What am I saying? Visit what visit? This is still your home, you know, you live here." Cassie's smile widened. "I know. And where are these friends of yours? What do you mean no one is coming to the party? I get it that Lady Nephi's might be busy, but what about the others? That young man, Sonny, the one you always mention, where's he?" Cassie remained silent for a while. "He's busy, too. All that daughter of mine is too nice. If it were me, I'd give these so-called friends a piece of my mind. Missing a birthday party is never okay." Cassie just hugged her mom tighter. She couldn't help but cling to her a little longer than she should have. That was because Cassie knew exactly how many more birthdays they would be able to celebrate together. She knew when her mother would die and how. He knew when her father would die too. She even knew the day of her own death and where she would be entombed. Cassie knew a great number of things, and because of that she felt sorry. Fate was not easy to break, and it could not be broken without paying a price. "All right, baby, let me go so that I can cook you a very special birthday breakfast." She reluctantly ended the hug and sighed. "I am not a baby, you know. I am an ascended already." Her mom laughed. "Who says that an ascended can't be a little baby? Now tell me what you want for breakfast." Cassie masterfully hid her sorrow and put a big, bright smile on her face. "How about eggs, with bacon?" Her mother was already walking to the kitchen. "No problem, we only have synthetic bacon, though. Will that be all right, Miss Ascended?" Cassie followed, careful not to smash into anything else. "That's the best kind." There was a digital clock in the kitchen, and when her mother glanced at it in passing, the time was 10 in the morning. Cassie quietly sat down and turned to the clock, even though she could not see it. A few minutes later, when a delicious smell filled the kitchen, she sighed and stared into the distance as if able to see something far, far away. Her smile faltered a little. "It is starting, then." Chapter 983. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 1. Falcon Scott was not the largest city in the southern quadrant, but it served an important role. Situated dangerously close to the ocean, it served as an entry point to the Antarctic Center. A constant stream of people and cargo used to flow through it, making it the heart of the infrastructure of the region. The city itself sprawled across the foothills of the mountain range, perched on top of tall cliffs. At the bottom of the cliffs, an independent port fortress stood at the edge of the water, surrounded by its own ring of walls. The fortress was much larger and better fortified than the one Sonny had departed the northern quadrant from, and the First Army did not spare any resources to reinforce it even further. The port was connected to the city by a chain of industrial elevator platforms, which could haul a formidable amount of weight up and down. Due to that, the fortress could be supported by artillery fire from the city wall, and even if it fell, the enemy would have to scale the tall vertical barrier of the cliffs under a rain of defensive fire. Not that losing the port was an option in the current situation. Several alloy leviathans were currently anchored near the fortress, swaying on the waves and flooding the dark ocean with the moving beams of powerful searchlights. The city itself was grossly overcrowded, housing 10 times its intended population. After all remaining siege capitals of the Antarctic Center had been evacuated here, Falcon Scott sheltered close to 200 million people. All of them were waiting for their turn to board the battleships and be transported over the strait, to the much better protected expanse of eastern Antarctica, where the First Army was still maintaining a semblance of control. One of the 4 naval convoys had been reassigned to ferry people over, but even with the prodigious capacity of the massive vessels, it was going to take a while. The fact that several of the battleships, like Neve's former berth and the Ariadne, had been lost to the ravages of the chain of nightmares did not make the process faster. That's more than half of the population of NQSC. Crazy. Sunny was looking at the live image of the city, which was projected onto a false window in one of the offices of the local government's complex. The city shone with a myriad of lights in the cold darkness of the polar night, with the ghostly aurora swirling eerily above. There were too many people everywhere, and most of them looked lost, disoriented, or outright defeated. The larger part of the complex, of course, was located underground, so the window had to be fake. The complex also housed the regional branch of Army Command, which was why Sunny had received instructions to visit today. With a sigh, he turned away from the window, walked to the conference table, and sat down. Sunny was still wearing the puppeteer's shroud, but the difference was that he had been given time to sleep, take a proper shower, and eat a full meal. Much more important than that, the weight of tens of thousands of souls was not pressing down on him anymore. All in all, he looked pretty refreshed. Where is she? He did not have to wait long. A minute or two later, the door opened and Master Jet walked inside. Soul Reaper looked pretty much the same as she had the last time he saw her. Granted, she was wearing the usual bodysuit instead of battle armor today. Ah, the bodysuit. But other than that, it did not seem like the hellish months of the Antarctic campaign had impacted her in a negative way. Noticing Sunny, Jet smiled. Well, if it's not young Master Sunless, valiant slayer of abominations and savior of men, it's good to have you back, Sunny. Sunny forced out a smile in return. Yeah, it's good to be back. How have the last 2 months treated you? Because, I had it a bit rough. Master Jet took a seat at the head of the table and gave him a humorous look. You have no one but yourself to blame. Who asked you to be such an overachiever? I sent you to retrieve one man and you brought me 40,000 instead. I must say, if everyone here had this kind of attitude, the chain of nightmares would have been over in a week. Hell, we might have reclaimed America by now. Sunny glanced at her darkly. No thanks. Considering how many refugees were currently in Falcon, 40,000 was not a large number. However, a few of those thousands were actual soldiers, and a couple more were experienced sailors. That was actually significant enough to make a splash, so the news of his return spread far and wide. All of them, both the refugees and the soldiers, also seemed to be very fond of telling tales about the devil's many exploits. Sunny was not entirely sure what kind of reputation he had earned, but he definitely had a reputation now. All throughout the city, people were familiar with his name, for better or worse. Oh, thanks for sending me your crow, by the way. It helped a lot. Jet grinned, but before she could say anything, the door opened again. Winter and Dale entered and took their seats. With only the 4 irregulars in the office, it seemed a bit empty. Sunny looked around. Where are Randall and Jesse? Master Jet lingered for a moment. They're dead. He grew quiet. Oh, Soul Reaper sighed, then picked up her datapad, scrolled through a few documents, and addressed them in a bright voice. Well then, let's begin. There's going to be a big strategy meeting in an hour for everyone important enough to attend, but before that, I should update you on the current situation. In the next few days, Falcon is going to be besieged by an endless sea of abominations. Our task is simple. We must ensure that it doesn't fall for at least 3 weeks. Chapter 984. The Fall of Falcon 2. The situation was both clear and grim. Sunny already knew some of the things that Jet told them, but some were a complete surprise. The First Army was planning to withdraw from the Antarctic Center, taking its entire population with them. The The previous plan of hunkering down in a number of fortified siege capitals for gradual evacuation had been abandoned, or rather postponed. It was going to be enacted eventually, but not before everyone was safely relocated to eastern Antarctica. Eastern Antarctica was doing much better than the central region of the quadrant for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was much larger and more densely populated than the center, with better terrain. That was why the First Army contingent sent there was several times more powerful. The Field Army Sonny was a part of numbered 100,000 soldiers, with around 5,000 awakened accompanying them. Or rather, had numbered. Now there was maybe half of them left. The three field armies operating in eastern Antarctica, on the other hand, had 300 soldiers and 15,000 awakened, not counting the local forces. If that was not enough, 2 of the 3 saints participating in the campaign were stationed there, as well. The emissary of the Song clan and the government transcendent were both assigned to the larger landmass, with Sky Tide alone responsible for the whole of the Antarctic center. The chain of nightmares also seemed to be hitting the central region especially hard. Lastly, and perhaps most pivotally, the Antarctic center was where the winter beast had appeared. That titan alone was responsible for numerous deaths, since its influence had collapsed the communication network across the entire landmass. If it were not for the fact that St. Tyrus was a direct counter to its powers, the situation could have been even worse. Sadly, she could only contain the winter beast, not slay it. In any case, Army Command had decided to cut its losses and concentrate all the remaining human forces in the quadrant on defending a single region. The first detachments of the Second Army were scheduled to arrive at the end of the month, so their decision at least seemed prudent. The problem, of course, was that the battered defenders of the Antarctic Center had to survive the relocation first. There were close to 200 million people in Falcon Scott, and relocating them to eastern Antarctica was going to take at least 3 weeks. The strait was not very wide, so ferrying refugees across it would be 10 times faster than trying to evacuate them all the way to the northern quadrant. Still, there were just too many of them to accomplish anything in a timely manner. So the remaining members of the field army had to make sure that the siege capital would survive those weeks under constant siege by the nightmare creatures. Master Jet leaned back. We resisted 3 large-scale assaults yesterday, and there are probably going to be 4 or 5 today. That number will only increase in the future. We will have to stop counting them eventually, I think, since it'll just be one uninterrupted onslaught of abominations, 24 hours a day. Winter and Dale glanced at each other. Eventually, the ascended sharpshooter sighed. It's not the number of nightmare creatures that worries me. It's the particularly powerful bastards that have nowhere to go but here now. Soul Reaper shrugged. We'll have to develop strategies against each one. That is what the big meeting is for, though, so let's not speak about it yet. Sonny checked out of the conversation a little, looking at the empty chairs around the table. Davis, Randall, and Jesse. 3 of the 6 irregular captains were now dead. He did not know them too well, but their loss still seemed like a bad omen, especially Randall. Somehow, Sonny imagined that the grizzled veteran would be the last of them to go. Jesse had seemed like a very nice person, too. Curse it. It did not slip his attention that the 3 fallen masters were the ones who specialized in direct offense, be it frontal assaults, hit-and-run tactics, or stealth operations. The ones who survived were Sonny, Winter, and Dale, a utility specialist, a ranged fighter, and a defensive powerhouse. If there was a philosophical lesson in all that, he was too disturbed and saddened right now to figure it out. Speaking of that, hey, Sonny, are you listening? Sonny glanced at Master Jet and blinked a couple of times. Yeah, a little. Soul Reaper chuckled, then threw something at him. He caught it, then looked at a small box in his hand in confusion. Opening it, Sonny saw an iron medal with an image of a burning heart etched into it. The medal looked very ostentatious, if a bit solemn, much more elaborate than the previous one he had received, with the attached ribbon painted in rich red. However, it was made of simple iron, so it couldn't be too valuable. He looked at Master Jet with a silent question, making her laugh. "Gods, don't you know anything? That is the Order of Humanity, Sonny, the highest military honor a person can receive. Congratulations, you are officially a hero." He frowned a little, prompting Jet to smile. "And yes, it comes with contribution points, lots of them. You have also been promoted to major. That comes with an increased stipend, too." Sonny relaxed and then looked at the iron medal with a bit of fondness. "I do know some things, actually." He doubted that he would be able to use his considerable amount of accumulated contribution points in Falcon Scott, since logistics here had to be under dire strain. Most resources would instantly be distributed to those who needed them, including valuable memories. Or not so valuable memories, for that matter, considering how many new sleepers had to be armed. Once they reached eastern Antarctica, however, Master Jet glanced at her datapad and sighed. "It's time for us to head to a bigger office. The strategy meeting is about to start." Sonny stood up, glanced at the false window one last time, and headed for the door. "If we reach eastern Antarctica, I mean." Chapter 985. The Fall of Falcon Scott 3. The next conference room was much larger, and there were even some refreshments for the participants of the meeting. Sonny found the darkest corner of the room to settle in and tore open a packet of sweetened snacks, after making sure that there was no honey involved in their creation, of course. Chewing on something that felt like a dried berry, he glanced around. The most prominent figures of the First Army were arriving one after another. There were a few mundane commanders, but most of them were ascended. Eventually, he counted no less than 21 master, including the 4 irregulars. Neve and Roan were also present, so he gave them a wave. Master Jet, who was relaxing on a chair next to Sonny, gave him a curious look. "What interesting friends you keep, Sonny," he shrugged. "What about them?" Soul Reaper chuckled. "No, nothing. It's just that here's a room full of government ascended, and the 2 you're waving to are both connected to the great clans. If I didn't know you better, I'd think that you have a bit of a fondness for social climbing." Sonny scoffed. "The only climbing I'm fond of is... Actually, never mind that. Weren't you the one who helped me broker a deal to get out of joining Valor anyway? Surely you understand that a precious jewel like me doesn't need connections to earn the favor of a great clan." Hearing Jet laugh quietly, he added with a straight face, "Oh, thanks for that, by the way. The mere thought that I could have been living like a prince somewhere in Bastion instead of spending quality time here in Antarctica makes me feel slightly nauseous. Who needs luxury when you can have unlimited military rations, right?" Winter stared at him from behind her sunglasses and grinned. "I did not know that Valor tried to recruit you, and you refused, huh? Was she really ugly?" Sonny raised an eyebrow. "No, what do you mean?" Winter shook her head. "I mean the bride they offered, of course, to marry you into the clan. Either she was really ugly or you are really stupid." "Huh, I guess I have my answer." He opened his mouth to retort, but at that moment the door opened and 2 people entered the room. The atmosphere inside instantly changed. The first of them was Saint Tyrus, just as striking as Stem as Sonny remembered her. The second was a man with smooth ebony skin and perfectly white hair, his eyes glinting with shades of indigo and deep blue. Sonny had only seen the man once, and from afar, but he knew who the stranger was. Bloodwave, a transcendent of the House of Night. He was in charge of the naval convoy that had delivered the field army to the Antarctic Center, and the Saint Sonny had witnessed diving into the black water as a monstrous killer whale once. Oh, he is also in Falcon Scott. It made sense in retrospect. The naval convoy was assigned to ferry the refugees across the strait, so of course, Bloodwave was involved. He was most likely in charge of making sure that nothing destroyed the ships during the relocation. The emissaries of the House of Night were not a part of the First Army, which was why Sunny failed to realize that there was actually a fourth transcendent in the southern quadrant right now. No, there had to be even more, since the other three convoys also required a mighty guardian to protect them. Initially, they were not supposed to involve themselves with the ground operation, but the situation seemed to have changed somehow. Sky Tide greeted everyone gathered in the room, then proceeded to take a seat at the head of the table. Bloodwave simply leaned on the wall after exchanging a few words with Neve, forcing a few masters to shift uncomfortably as his presence brushed against them. Sunny felt it too. What an awesome man. As he studied the mysterious saint through his shadows, Sky Tide started the briefing. You all know what must be done. Without wasting any time, St. Tyrus briefly described the overall state of the First Army contingent, the scope of tasks in front of them, as well as the enemy forces arrayed against them. Her voice was calm and composed, as though they weren't facing an existential threat of dreadful proportions. To be honest, Sunny struggled to imagine Sky Tide losing composure in any circumstance. What would that even look like? Actually, I hope to never find out. Most of what she told them were things that he already knew to some extent, but hearing all of it listed in a structured manner was helpful to get a solid glimpse of the big picture. The big picture did not look too good. Pointing to the projected map of the city and its surroundings, St. Tyrus continued. Now that Falcon Scott is the only target in the region, the infighting between nightmare creatures will increase drastically. The terrain limits their approach, which means that various swarms and tribes of abominations will have to compete with each other for the right to attack the wall. Many will be slaughtered long before they reach us. Her gaze was cold and heavy. So, we should not worry too much about being overwhelmed with pure numbers. What we do need to worry about, however, is that only the most brutal, lethal, and powerful creatures are going to make it through. The main purpose of this meeting is to identify priority targets among these creatures and come up with a way to deal with them. St. Tyrus gestured to the projections, where several images replaced the city map. The preliminary analysis shows that these nightmare creatures represent the most acute threat to this city. Sunny looked at the images, feeling a grim weight settle on his heart. He was already familiar with most of them. A cloud of flying vermin devouring the landscape, an unclear image of a river of darkness flowing through a deep gorge, a still image of the low 49 facility, a hazy drawing of a grotesque beast hiding behind a veil of snow, and a walking mountain with a single inhuman eye emerging from a sea of incandescent lava to attack a vast city. Sunny sighed. 3 weeks, huh? Chapter 986. The Fall of Falcon Scott 4. St. Tyrus waited for a few moments, then spoke again. Some of you have already faced one of these monsters. Master Sunless over there has even survived encountering 4 out of 5. Without prompting, everyone in the room turned to stare at him, their expressions varying from pity to astonishment. He even heard a few whispers. 4. And he's still alive. That kid must be cursed or something. Devil's own luck, huh? Sunny cleared his throat. Ah, yes. Using this moment, I might as well sincerely thank Army Command for giving me the opportunity to complete my collection and get to know the winter beast as well. A wave of laughter spread through the room. Sky Tide gave him a stern look. I'll mark you as a volunteer then. Before Sunny could protest, she continued. The first target is a swarm entity known as the Devouring Cloud. Our diviners were able to determine that it is not a powerful nightmare creature per se, but instead the remains of one. The Devouring Cloud was most likely a fallen terror, one that had its main consciousness destroyed at some point in the past. The swarm of its brood remains, however, and that is what we need to counter. She glanced at the irregulars. Master Winter, Considering your proficiency in ranged and area of effect attacks, you will be in charge of bolstering the city defenses when it comes to deflecting aerial threats." Winter nodded. After explaining a few more details, Saint Tyrus continued, "The second target is a creature that was designated as the Heart of Darkness. Not a lot is known about it, except for the fact that it is composed of numerous insect-like drones, wielding powers connected to elemental darkness and possibly spatial distortion. The knowledge of this being was brought to us by the first irregular company. That would be Sunny and the members of his cohort, who had been diligently reporting everything about the enemies the convoy encountered during their visits to the Dream Realm." Sky Tide looked in the direction of the four irregulars. "The Heart of Darkness has been present in the Antarctic Center since before the Chain of Nightmares. Its rank and class are unknown, but the current theory is that the irregulars disturbed the creature's evolution to Titan. If so, we might have avoided an even bigger disaster. In any case, the people most suited to deal with that threat are—" She named 3 unfamiliar First Army Ascended. Apparently, their aspects would work well against a myriad of murderous, darkness-infused beetles. Sunny was happy to hear that he would not have to face the damned insects himself again, if things went according to plan. The third target was designated as the Terror of Low 49. Once again, its exact rank and class are unknown, although the creature is most likely to be a corrupted terror. It is responsible for destroying the battleship Ariadne, as well as massacring the garrison of the Low 49 installation. Master Sunless is the only known survivor of the attack, so he is the best person to inform us about this threat." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "There's not much to tell. The bastard hides underwater and kills people by luring them into the ocean with immensely powerful mind manipulation. It also places a mind hex on everyone else to make them ignore the victims. That is the pattern of behavior that I witnessed, which is not to say that the creature does not have other means of attack. You can read the details in the reports we submitted." He thought a little, and then added, "If there is one strange thing about that terror, it is that it emerged from the gate alone. It does not seem to have an entourage of weaker nightmare creatures to defend it either, which might be a vulnerability. Oh. Also, there has to be some kind of limitation to its ability to wipe out large groups of people. Otherwise, it would not have waited weeks to kill everyone at Low 49. Sky Tide nodded. "Saint Bloodwave, Master Neve. Since the creature appears to be aquatic in nature, it is going to be your responsibility to hunt it down. The terror cannot be allowed to approach the city." The emissaries of the House of Night simply nodded. Sunny hoped that they had enough mind protection memories. Meanwhile, Saint Tyrus turned to the image of the winter beast. A hint of contempt appeared on her beautiful face. "The winter beast was recently confirmed to be a corrupted titan. I can't kill it, but I will contain it. Dealing with the creature will be my responsibility." Many of the people in the room paled at the mention of the creature's rank. Master Roan especially seemed to have a grave expression. Ignoring the somber mood, Sky Tide turned to the last image, which leaves us with the fallen titan Goliath, the creature responsible for the obliteration of Erebus Field. Do note that, as of now, we have only experienced its physical might. The exact nature of Goliath's powers is still unclear, so we do not know enough to determine how to destroy him. The masters grew silent, staring at the frightening image of a stone colossus walking across a desolate landscape. In that silence there was suddenly a calm voice. "I'll kill Goliath." Everyone turned around, staring at Sunny with confused expressions. He smiled. "What? The bastard owes me a new armor, plus I've never killed a titan before. Should be an interesting experience." Most of them shook their heads. "This is not a good time for empty boasts, kid," Sunny shrugged. "As good a time as any." St. Tyrus studied him for a few moments, then turned away. "In any case, Before she could finish, though, several communicators in the room notified their owners about a received message. Sunny raised an eyebrow. That was unusual. Falcon Scott was still in the area of effect of the winter beast, so there was no network connection anywhere inside the city walls. There was a powerful communication array, though, connected via a chain of special relays to eastern Antarctica. Its bandwidth was very limited and mostly monopolized by Army Command. Sunny had to spend a considerable sum of contribution points to receive a small quota, which allowed him to get in contact with Rain. Still, the quota was small enough for him to have to count symbols when composing messages, and instead of a constant connection, data packets were uploaded and downloaded twice a day, according to a strict schedule. He glanced at his own communicator to check time. It was around 10 in the morning in the northern quadrant, which, translated to local time, would be nowhere near the scheduled activation period of the array. Interesting. Even more interesting were the people who received the message. There were only 3 of them: Sky Tide Bloodwave and Soul Reaper Jet. St. Tyrus read the message and frowned slightly. The other Transcendent sighed, then briefly showed his communicator to Neve and hid it. Master Jet glanced at the screen and showed no reaction whatsoever, remaining in her usual relaxed pose. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then leaned toward her and asked quietly, "What was that about?" Master Jet glanced at him and shrugged. "A saint died this morning in the dream realm while heroically defending a citadel from some vicious nightmare creature, one of Valor's." Sunny was taken aback a little. Saints did not die too often. "Some vicious nightmare creature, huh?" Soul Reaper smiled a little. "Yeah, things are going to accelerate a lot now. Not that it matters to us here. For now." Chapter 987. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 5. Sunny was sitting on the battlement of the defensive wall, looking at the apocalyptic sight of a giant horde of nightmare creatures advancing on the city. There were so many of them that it seemed as though the ground itself was moving, flowing forward as it seethed and churned. The darkness surrounding the city was chased away by dozens of flare rockets, which slowly drifted down from the black sky like bright falling stars. On the ground, rivers of flame were devouring the carcasses of the abominations that had been slain in the previous assaults. The incendiary mixture burned long and hot, but luckily enough, the stench of scorched flesh could hardly reach the top of the wall. Pillars of smoke rose into the sky, twisting as they struggled to support its weight, and above it all, obscured by dark clouds, ghostly lights of the aurora swirled with shades of crimson. The battle was about to begin. As the advancing sea of nightmare creatures crossed an invisible line, the powerful mass drivers installed on the bastions of Falcon Scott came to life, flashing with electric light as they sent heavy tungsten rounds flying forward with terrifying speed. The rail gun fire was accompanied by deafening thunderclaps, making the whole wall shake and vibrate. Even though the tungsten rounds were not explosive, they impacted the horde with enough force to produce flashes of light and a devastating shockwaves that pulverized dozens of nightmare creatures and cut bloody swathes through their mass. The horde, however, continued forward unperturbed. A moment later, the breaches created by the first salvo of the rail guns were entirely gone, and the abominations rushed forward with murderous frenzy. As the mass drivers accumulated new charges, the heavy-caliber turrets placed along the wall joined the fray. Long tongues of fire bloomed from their barrels, and thousands upon thousands of bullets filled the air. The shining streams of them twisted as they slid across the horde, decimating countless creatures. The noise of the turret barrage was dire and cacophonous. Sunny winced unhappily. War was a lot of things, but mostly it was loud. He glanced at the 70-meter drop below him, then concentrated on his hands again. His fingers were spread apart and moving, as if performing an elaborate dance. From the side, it looked as if Sunny had either gone crazy or was trying to cast some strange hex. Of course, he was doing neither. Instead, he was weaving shadow strings. It was just that the slowly forming threads of essence were only visible to him. Luckily, the members of his cohort were long accustomed to their leader's eccentric antics, so they were not paying it any attention. Instead, all 6 were tensely observing the approaching horde. Once the hundreds of MWPs stationed on top of the wall braced themselves and opened fire, Samara placed the barrel of her rifle on the battlement and leaned into the scope. Before she could charge a shot, however, Sunny placed his hand on her shoulder and shook his head. His third hand, that was, since he was currently using 2 of them made of flesh, 2 of them made of shadows. Samara glanced at him with a slight frown. "Sir, why not?" Sunny continued to weave shadow strings as he answered. "There's no need. The garrison has the situation under control for now, so don't get involved unless the nightmare creatures scale the wall. Conserve your essence." He lingered for a moment, then added, "According to the latest reports, the devouring cloud is only 1 day away from reaching Falcon Scott. We are going to need all our strength tomorrow." The irregulars shifted uncomfortably, remembering their last brush with the flying swarm. Sunny, meanwhile, disregarded his own advice and turned his attention back to the invisible threads of essence. The battle progressed more or less as he expected. The horde advanced despite suffering heavy losses, and not long after the MWPs unleashed a hail of rounds and missiles into the mass of abominations. The mundane soldiers joined, followed by awakened sorcerers and archers. The siege was a strange one, considering that most of the defensive measures of the city were only able to deal with dormant and awakened nightmare creatures. To slay the fallen ones, awakened fighters had to abandon the safety of the battlements and sortie out, emerging either from heavily armored hatches in the wall or from hidden tunnels stretching beneath the killing field. Those tunnels were also used to intercept those abominations that were capable of burrowing through the ground and could be easily collapsed in case the enemy took control of one. If a corrupted nightmare creature appeared, the masters were sent out to destroy it. It all sounded well planned and controlled, but the actual reality was pure chaos and mayhem. Abominations possessed all kinds of vile powers, so each assault was unpredictable and dangerous. Each victory took a lot of human lives to achieve. Noticing a line of hatches open lower down the wall and a dozen swift figures jump out of them, Sunny sighed. He caught a glimpse of Dale's heavy armor, which meant that something truly dangerous had emerged. Army Command was strangely protective of the irregulars, mostly keeping them in reserve for now. They were probably meant to do their part of the dying once the priority targets showed up. Considering that night's cohort had been unleashed, though, the current battle must have been going less smoothly than he thought. And indeed, not long after Dale eliminated his target and retreated, the horde broke through the protective barrage and reached the wall. It seemed that the abominations had learned to use the piles of corpses left behind by the previous assaults as cover. The lowest part of the wall was also the most reinforced. All materials retrieved from the carcasses of well-armored nightmare creatures went into making it hard to breach, so the horde stalled at the bottom for a while, suffering under a flood of bullets and explosive projectiles. Then, however, the abominations started to pile one on top of another, forming morbid ziggurats of bodies. The ziggurats grew, rising higher and higher as more nightmare creatures climbed the ladders made of writhing flesh. 10 meters, then 20, then 30. Eventually, it became clear that there was a substantial risk that the horde would scale the wall. With a sigh, Sunny paused his weaving and stood up, easily holding his balance on top of the battlement. A black bow appeared in his hand, and an arrow that seemed to be made of lightning ignited on its string. They know how to build siege towers now. Drawing the bow, Sunny lingered for a moment and then sent the strike of thunder flying down. A moment later, the howls of the nightmare creatures tore through the clamor of the battle, and the spell whispered into his ear like a sonorous choir. The battle raged on. Chapter 988, The Fall of Falcon Scott 6. And it still raged on by the time Sunny and his cohort were done with their shift. Or maybe it was already another assault by now. It was often hard to tell where one attack ended and a second one began. Descending from the wall, the irregulars passed through the busy camp below. Lumbering loaders were racing to send heavy ammunition containers up. Wounded soldiers were being triaged and tended to. Fresh reinforcements were waiting their turn to enter the elevators. Here and there, a damaged MWP stood, being hastily repaired by a crew of technicians. Leaving the staging area, they soon reached the Rhino. The mighty vehicle was not in the best shape, but it could still be used to get around the city. Plus, while the members of the cohort had decided to bunk in comfortable barracks, Sunny chose to remain in the familiar APC. He had even learned how to drive it. Well, more or less, from Luster. "Are you coming with us, Captain?" "Oh, sorry, Major." Kim looked away awkwardly after asking the question. Sunny simply shook his head. "Not today. I have a couple of errands to run, so just take the Rhino to the barracks and then park it in the usual spot. Oh, and rest well. Tomorrow is going to be a long day." Although the cohort had ended up not doing much today, everyone was still tired. They quickly drove off, leaving Sunny alone. Day 4 of their stay in Falcon Scott was coming to an end. Circulating his essence to fasten its replenishment rate, Sunny walked for a few minutes, breathing in the cold air as the hum of distant explosions washed over him. Then, he jumped on the step of a moving transport and allowed it to carry him closer to his destination. The vistas of a city at war floated past him, too many refugees crammed into too few buildings. Everyone was doing their best to create some sort of passable environment for themselves and their neighbors. But there were a lot of problems, too. Most of these people were shaken and traumatized, some very close to breaking down. There were a lot of conflicts and violent outbursts, and even more dark feelings. There were a lot of nightmare creatures being born from the bodies of failed aspirants as well, since the spell ran rampant among the refugees, and there were not nearly enough soldiers to find all the infected before the worst happened. A suffocating atmosphere of fear, tension, and sorrow permeated the air, and yet people lived on. Their resilience and adaptability triumphed over everything, allowing them to endure and even find moments of happiness in this hell. Sunny saw plenty of smiles, heard plenty of laughter, and witnessed many small details of how the refugees were handling their changed conditions while looking forward to being evacuated. They still have hope. Eventually, he jumped down and walked the rest of the way on foot, reaching a section of the staging area where large white warehouses stood in several rows, surrounded by a massive activity. That was where scavenged materials were being processed and refined for the use of the First Army. A tired-looking engineer met him at the gate. "Major Sunless." Sunny nodded, and allowed the man to lead him toward a particular row of warehouses. "Yeah, we received your request. The approval came fast enough, so as long as you have enough contribution points, you can cut a good chunk for yourself. Not that I know what you need it for. Usually, it's the mundanes we arm with processed material that dream of wielding memories, not the other way around." Sunny smiled. The warehouses were full of nightmare creature carcasses, those valuable enough to be retrieved from the battlefield and processed by the army. The corpse of the remnant of the Jade Queen, the corrupted tyrant he and Sky Tide had killed, had been placed here once. For example, the incredibly durable jade carapace of the monstrous beetle was then refined and used to reinforce a section of the wall. Most of the processed material was instantly used to strengthen the fortifications of the city or the First Army itself. There were all kinds of things that could be done with various parts of nightmare creatures, from crafting melee weapons and upgrading the armored shells of MWPs to powering exotic spelltech mechanisms. That was why Sonny had to push his weight around, bargain a little, and spend a bunch of contribution points to receive a modest quota. Studying the warehouses, he asked, "There was a corrupted devil yesterday that managed to breach the wall. Where is it kept?" The engineer stared at him for a few moments. I'm sorry, sir. I have no idea which one of them breached the wall. We just receive the carcasses and come up with ways of dismantling them. Another team then thinks of a way to actually use the parts." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Makes sense. Just show me the corrupted material you have, then." He was led through several warehouses, studying a series of ghastly corpses, one more frightening than the other. There was a creature that resembled a giant mole covered in heavy plates of bone armor, and a creature that looked like a mass of spikes, with a small skeletal body hidden somewhere in its center. There was a carcass of something that seemed like an 8-legged metal tick, the size of a house, and a stone sphere covered with bumps that looked eerily like human faces. Damn! Finally, Sonny found what he was looking for. In the spacious warehouse, a large carcass was laying on the floor, surrounded by alloy scaffolding. The creature was vaguely humanoid in shape, bone-white, with countless rows of needles bristling from its back. Each needle was about 3 meters long, wide enough for him to barely be able to grasp it with a hand, and weighed too much for several adult men to lift it. They were made of a strange material that seemed to be somewhere between metal and bone, and wickedly sharp. Yesterday, the devil had shot these needles at the wall, shredding the armored alloy as though it was paper. Sonny stared at the dead abomination, then nodded. Yes, that should do. The engineer glanced at him with interest. The needles. How many do you want? Sonny shrugged. One should be enough. Deciding not to bother the processing team, he summoned the Sin of Solace and listened silently to its whispers while cutting one of the needles. The engineer observed him with curiosity. "I'm sorry, sir, but can I ask what you need it for?" Sonny grunted as he lifted the needle and placed it on his shoulder. Then he glanced at the man. Sorcery Practice. Chapter 989. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 7. Carrying the needle on his shoulder, Sonny chose to walk to his next destination. The thing was heavy enough that even a master like him felt a bit of strain after a while, so he had to wrap himself in the shadows at some point. People were giving him weird glances, but no one said anything. The puppeteer's shroud identified Sonny as an awakened, and awakened were known to do strange things on occasion. Sonny also found that mundane people often acted shy in front of him ever since he had become a master, which pleasantly cut the number of awkward conversations he had to have. So, he just had to be careful not to hit anyone with the unwieldy needle by accident. As he walked, Sonny decided to check on his runes out of boredom. Shadow Fragments, 2471/4000. He smiled a little. The siege of Falcon Scott might have been a terrible affair, but one thing it did not lack was enemies to kill. The rate at which he earned fragments increased a lot in the past 3 days. By now, the change made by each individual fragment was insignificant, but it added up. He was now considerably stronger than he had been at the start of the Antarctica campaign, and the Fifth Corps was not as unachievable as it had once seemed. Nephi's was still far away from reaching Terror too, which meant that he finally had a chance of catching up to her class, at least for a short while. Does it even matter now? In the end, both of us will either be Titans or dead. Nightmare was subjugating many dreams these days as well. All in all, Sonny was in good shape. His cohort had been forged into one of the deadliest combat units on the continent, with each member honing their skills to a truly fearsome degree. All that was left to propel him to an entirely new level of power was for Saint to emerge from her evolution. Maybe, just maybe, they would indeed manage to hold Falcon Scott for 3 weeks. Sonny made way for a column of military vehicles and looked at the crowd of refugees around him. Yeah, doubtful. With a sigh, he made a turn and approached one of the hastily erected dormitory towers. This one looked more substantial than most, but not by much. Looking up, he saw a vast expanse of glowing windows, with thousands and thousands of humans taking shelter from the cold within. He glanced at the Devil's Needle, then awkwardly spun it and thrust the point deep into the ground. Taking it into the building would have been a hassle, and Sonny was sure that no one would steal it. The thing weighed more than any mundane human, or even a group of them, could carry away. The problem, though, was that the needle was so sharp that it continued to sink into the frozen soil under its own weight. Sonny stared at it resentfully for a moment, then repeated the process, this time thrusting it into the ground with the dull end. Finally satisfied, he walked to the entrance to the tower, where a lone civilian was shoveling snow away. As he was passing, the man flinched and stared at him with wide eyes. Sonny sighed inwardly. Am I really so scary? Captain Sunless, is that you? Surprised, Sonny raised an eyebrow. Yes, technically it's Major now, do I know? Before he could finish the sentence, the civilian dropped the shovel and grabbed his hand, shaking it vigorously. Sonny froze. What the hell is going on? It is you. Master Sunless, sir. My family and I are only alive because of you. After Erebus Field, I thought, sorry, but you brought us all here. Thank you so much. Sonny did not know how to behave in that situation, but thankfully the civilian finally let go of his hand and hastily opened a small bag hanging on his belt. A moment later, Sonny found himself holding a carefully packed sandwich. Please take this. I know it's not much, but my wife made it herself. You probably don't get a lot of home-cooked food standing there on the wall. Sonny wanted to return the sandwich to the man, but then lingered. The refugees were not starving, but he knew for a fact that most of the rations they had access to were no different from what he had been accustomed to in the outskirts. Getting the ingredients to make this simple sandwich must not have been easy. It was made with love and care, which meant that this small but sincere gift meant much more than it seemed. He smiled slightly. Thank you. I'll enjoy it well. The man seemed exceedingly happy to hear that and gingerly let Sonny go, picking up his shovel and returning to clearing away the snow while whistling a tune. Walking inside the building, Sonny glanced at the sandwich and frowned a little. He did not really know how to feel about the strange encounter. On the one hand, it was nice to see a tangible result of his efforts. After the caravan reached Falcon, the refugees were quickly processed and assigned to various dormitories, so Sonny had not seen any of them again. On the other hand, the cheerful man was clearly deluding himself if he thought that Sonny had saved him and his family. All Sonny had done was postpone their deaths by a few weeks. They would only be truly saved once carried across the strait to eastern Antarctica. Until then, a sharp sword still hung above their necks. All the more reason to hold the damn wall for as long as we can, then. Suddenly thoughtful, Sonny used an elevator to descend underground and approached a particular door. A few moments after he knocked, Bate opened it and gave him a long look. Oh, it's you. He raised a hand with a wide grin. I brought sandwiches. Well, a sandwich. She stepped aside to let him in and turned around. Professor, your favorite awakened is here. Sonny dismissed the boots of the puppeteer's shroud before coming inside. That small action made him feel strangely nostalgic. Civilian life. How come I barely remember what it is? Chapter 990. The Fall of Falcon 8. Sonny had no particular reason for this visit, apart from simply wanting to check on how the old man had settled in. From his first impression, the dormitory apartment was too small and bare-bones for someone of Professor Obel's stature. There were 5 compact bedrooms connected to a shared living room, kitchen, and bathroom, with 3 of the bedrooms occupied by other people. He could hear a child's voice behind one door, which meant that there might have been entire families of refugees living here. In that regard, maybe the fact that the professor and Bate each received an entire room for themselves was already a privilege. Still, what the hell? Maybe he should not have been surprised. Professor Obel was indeed a distinguished scientist who had made great contributions to humanity, but the Antarctic Center was the administrative center of the whole quadrant. With 200 million people concentrated in Falcon Scott, there must have been a whole lot of distinguished people waiting for their turn to be evacuated. Bate led him to the kitchen and put a kettle on the stove. Now that they were not busy trying to keep the caravan from falling apart, Sonny noticed that the young woman looked a bit haggard in comparison to how she had been at low 49. There were dark circles under her eyes, a slight uncertainty to her movements, and a grim slant to her brow. Bates' temper, however, had not changed one bit. "Tell me straight, is the wall going to hold?" Sonny lingered for a bit, stumped by the frank question. "How should I know? Sure, it is going to hold." "Until it doesn't," Bates scoffed, pouring synthetic tea into 3 cheap alloy cups. "And yet you seem to be terribly calm." Sonny scratched the back of his head in confusion. "Do I seem calm? Well, I guess I am. I mean, what's the worst that can happen?" The young woman stared at him with outrage. "Death, you can die." He thought about it for a few moments. "I'd rather not die, of course, but death is definitely way better than some other things. Believe me." Sonny had lived through several ghastly experiences himself, and still remembered a few of the harrowing nightmares he had been subjected to by his shadowy steed. It seemed that he had developed an abnormally high tolerance to pain and fear somewhere along the way, without even noticing. Of course, his aloofness would look strange to a mundane person. Sonny opened his mouth, thinking that he should probably try to console Bate somehow, but at that moment Professor Obel finally appeared, sparing them both a moment of awkwardness. "Ah, Major Sunless, how nice of you to spare time for this old man." The 3 of them settled behind a small dining table, enjoying tea. At first, Sonny was the one doing most of the speaking. "So, city defenses are in good condition for now." "Ah, but we expect a big assault tomorrow. Make sure to remain inside and don't go to the surface levels of the building, no matter what happens." Bate and Professor Obel shared a glance. For some reason, the young woman seemed to be unhappy with her mentor. "Yes, everyone received instructions on how to behave when an air attack alert is activated. Thank you for reminding us, young man." Sonny nodded, then hesitated for a while. Eventually, he asked in a cautious tone, "I am sorry to ask, Professor, but why are you still here?" "I would think that you would be put on the priority list for the evacuation." Every civilian in the city was designated as a member of a certain group, each having a different value. The high-value citizens were meant to be ferried across the strait first, with all the rest placed in a long queue by a randomized algorithm. Various factors could affect one's weight in the algorithm, though families with young children had a much better chance of being placed higher, for example, while people with genetic defects would be placed lower. Citizenship level also affected the algorithm, which meant that non-citizens from the local version of the outskirts would be evacuated last. Figures. One, however, none of it had anything to do with Professor Obel. By all accounts, he should have been on one of the first ships out of the harbor. The giant vessels had been coursing between Falcon Scott and eastern Antarctica for several days now, bringing many millions of people away. Bate gave the old man a scathing glance. "Yes, Professor. Why are you still here?" Before he could say anything, the young woman turned to Sonny and said with indignation, "Believe it or not, the old F." The professor gave up his position on the priority list, saying that he wouldn't leave without his assistant. "And since I have nothing to do with the high-value group, we are both stuck in the standard selection group now. Gods only know when we'll be assigned a placement in the queue, let alone get to leave." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Is that true, Professor?" The old man looked down in embarrassment. "Oh, you kids don't understand. I am an old man, you know. My bones still hurt from the long weeks spent on the road. Can't I rest a little before jumping on a ship?" Bates scoffed, and this time Sonny was inclined to agree. What kind of bullcrap reason is that? There was obviously something deeper going on. Hopefully, the professor simply did not want to leave Bate behind, which was already stupid. If he was on some self-sacrificial mission, though, Sonny had to set him straight. He opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment the kid he had heard earlier barged into the kitchen, holding a makeshift toy in her hands. Grandpa Obel, it broke." Professor Obel gave Sonny an apologetic look, then smiled at the child and picked up the toy. "What, it broke all by itself, huh? Well, don't worry, I'll fix it up again. Your friend is going to be as good as new in no time." Sonny stared at the two of them, then said in a subdued tone, "Professor, there's a difference between being brave and being suicidal. You have to get on a ship as soon as possible. The wall is not going to hold back the enemy much longer. Not everyone will." The old man patted the child on the head, then simply looked at Sonny and smiled. "All the more reason for the army to make sure that it holds for as long as possible then. It's not as if we're not trying. Wait, isn't that what I said myself?" Sonny winced, then finished his tea in one gulp and stood up. "I guess you are right, I'll be going then." He glanced at Bate. "Contact me if you need anything." With that, Sonny left the small apartment and returned to the surface. Picking up the devil's needle, he grunted and put it back on his shoulder. "Damned professor, as if I don't have enough headaches already." Grumbling quietly, Sonny carried the heavy needle as he headed toward the distant barracks. Chapter 991. The Fall of Falcon. Scott. 9. Sonny found the Rhino without any problem, since it was parked near the military barracks. Getting the corrupted devil's needle through the main hatch had turned out harder than he had expected, so he ended up climbing to the app's roof and lowering it through the upper hatch there. Eventually, though, he found himself inside the dark, silent interior of the slumbering machine. It was a bit weird to see the Rhino so empty, but not unpleasantly so. With the whole app to himself, Sonny felt as though he could relax and took off the mask of the confident commander that he was forced to wear in front of most people these days. "Ah, that damn thing is so heavy." He dragged the needle to the armory, dropped it on the floor, and returned to the lounge area to take a quick shower. Then, feeling fresh and rejuvenated, if a bit sleepy, he summoned the endless spring, plopped down on a couch, and put his feet up, using the shadow chair as a footstool. Sonny took a sip of cool water, then carefully unpacked the sandwich and took a bite. The sandwich, indeed, had been made with love. It was truly tasty. Mentally thanking the generous refugee, Sonny enjoyed his meal in peace. It was going to be his last opportunity to rest tonight, so he made sure to chew as slowly as he could. Very soon, however, the sandwich was gone, and it was time to get to work. Sonny closed his eyes, sighed, and walked to the rear section of the vehicle. There, a small pile of memories lay on the holographic table of the command suite. Sonny summoned a few more, dropped them into the pile, and counted everything. A small grimace appeared on his face. Sonny had not only been keeping watch on the wall the past few days. After reaching Falcon Scott, which had become the hub of everything in the Antarctic Center, he had been very busy spending all of his contribution points as well. Getting good memories was hard, but luckily, he was once again going for quantity over quality. Additionally, Sonny had no reason to stick to the official channels. Receiving anything through the Army requisition system was a tough and slow process, especially with the network being down most of the time, so he just traded his points directly to the awakened soldiers for the memories that were useless to them. He had even hired a few sleepers from the caravan to be his errand boys, which made the whole process faster. Not fast enough, though. Shaking his head, Sonny departed the pile of memories alone, cleared some space on the table, and summoned two weapons. One of them was his old and loyal Takai, the the Midnight Shard, and the other was Morgan's warbow. Sonny concentrated for a moment, allowing his gaze to peer through the surface of the two memories. The intricate tapestry of ethereal strings hidden inside them was vast and mind-numbingly complicated. He could already feel a hint of a headache coming on. Sonny was trying to do something that he had never done before. A few things, actually. Firstly, he wanted to recreate an ascended enchantment, which were much more expansive and complex than the awakened and dormant ones he had mostly copied before. Secondly, he wanted to disassemble the structure of a particular enchantment into its basic elements, then heavily modify one of those elements and turn it into an independent enchantment of its own. And lastly, he wanted to create a functional memory from scratch, that he had done on many occasions before, but only in the most rudimentary form. The first two steps were already hard enough, but it was the last one that had turned unexpectedly troublesome. As Sonny had discovered not all materials had the capacity to sustain powerful enchantments. They would simply disintegrate under strain or be torn apart by the raging essence. He needed refined material to create a powerful memory. Hence the needle of a corrupted devil. Since Sonny was planning to use transcendent soul shards, nothing less would do. Actually, he wasn't really sure if the needle was good enough for his purposes either, but it was his best bet. Sonny studied the weave of ethereal strings and at the same time wove essence threads of his own. He was going to need a lot of them, so there was no time to waste. Minute passed after minute, merging into hours. Sonny continued sitting motionlessly in front of the two memories, with only the fingers of his four hands moving in the air. Eventually, his deep concentration was broken by the sound of an incoming call. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then slowly shifted his gaze to the communicator. As soon as he pressed on it, Master Jet's face appeared on the screen. She was chewing on a piece of roasted monster meat, seemingly very hungry or in a hurry to finish her meal. "Hey, how is your side project going?" Sonny stared at her incredulously. "It's going. It would go better if I was not distracted by unexpected calls in the middle of the night, though. Well, anyway, did you manage to get what I asked for?" Just swallowed the last piece of the roasted meat, wiped the juice off her lips, and smiled. "Yeah, I gathered all the memories that the members of my cohort have no use for. Anyway, why do you need them? That's a crazy amount of contribution points to waste on a bunch of Tier 1 trinkets." Sonny grinned from the corner of his mouth. "I am thinking of giving them to a beautiful lady." A spark of curiosity glinted in Jet's eyes. "Oh, better be quick with it then. If she really is a lady, reaching her bedroom might be a slow affair, and we all might be dead very soon." Sonny blinked. "What? No, that was not what Soul Reaper laughed. "God, Sonny, relax. In any case, are you prepared for tomorrow?" Sonny glowered at her for a couple of moments, then scoffed. "Yeah, sure, as prepared as I can be." Jet sipped some water from her flask, then shut it and grinned again. This time her smile gazed very ominous. "Well, good, because tomorrow came a little early. Go get your cohort, Major Sunless." In the next moment, loud sirens of the aerial attack alarm howled eerily throughout the city, echoing through the crowded streets. Chapter 992, The Fall of Falcon Scott 10, Damnation. Sonny scrambled to his feet, hastily dismissing the Midnight Shard and grabbing his bow. On the screen of the communicator, Jet's face disappeared, replaced by an incoming message that named the section of the wall he and his cohort were supposed to go to. South. This time, they were meant to fight right above the main gates of the city, on the part of the defensive barrier that faced inland, and where the battle was going to be the fiercest. It seemed that Army Command was finally done holding the irregulars in reserve. Sonny glanced at the clock. It was just past the earliest time the members of his cohort could return from the dream realm if they had chosen to sleep tonight. That's good. He dashed to the pilot's cabin of the Rhino and ran the vehicle through the startup procedure. The app sluggishly came to life, making many sounds that were probably not an excellent sign. As Sonny waited, he mentally went over each member of his cohort, thinking about what task he would assign them and whether their flaws would be detrimental in this particular battle. The chances of that were low, but he still needed to check. No one with an especially crippling flaw would have made it through years of service, and soldiers were not required to disclose them. Sharing something that personal and potentially dangerous could only be done voluntarily. There was nothing about the flaws in the dossiers Sonny had read, but after spending months fighting side by side with his people, he deduced most of them. The flaws of the irregulars were indeed not too dire, and most of his people were mature awakened who had had at least a decade to learn how to deal with them. Quentin, for example, seemed to be unable to break a promise. Kim was naturally unassuming. Samara had a leisurely rate of soul essence regeneration. Bell had to work especially hard on his impulse control. Luster. Well, that one was beautiful apparent. Dorn's flaw was the cruelest, but it would only become detrimental years from now. His body was slowly but constantly growing, and would most likely collapse under its own weight one day, sometime in the future. Nothing that would play a role in today's battle, though. All good. At that moment the hatch of the Rhino opened, making the eerie wailing of the sirens much louder. The members of his cohort rushed in, summoning their armor and weapons as they did. "Captain, everyone's here." Without waiting for Luster to get to the cabin, Sonny lowered himself into the driver's seat and sent the Rhino forward. His driving skills were not really top-notch, or any good, really, but he could get the app to the wall at least. "Get yourself ready. You all remember the plan, correct?" Since Winter was going to take center stage in the battle against the devouring cloud, the irregulars had come up with a few strategies in advance. "Yes, sir," Sonny nodded. "Well then, go rub Luster's lucky charm. Gods know we're going to need some luck today." Hearing the laughter of his comrades, Luster crossed his arms. "Hey, that thing really works. 4 out of the 5 most deadly nightmare creatures in the region. You call that luck?" "Exactly. And I survived meeting every one." Chuckling, Sonny concentrated on controlling the massive app. The Rhino sped through the streets of Falcon. Thankfully, they were mostly empty by now. The air raid sirens had sent the refugees scrambling to get inside. He could see a lot of frightened people still hurrying to reach their assigned dormitories, but mostly there were only military transports in sight. Briefly, Sonny wondered about the man who had gifted him a sandwich. Hopefully, his family had a room below ground. If not, surviving the devouring cloud might not be effortless for them. Concentrate. Finally, the Rhino reached the staging area under the wall. Not bothering to park it properly, Sonny picked up Morgan's warbow and headed for the exit hatch. His soldiers followed. The army camp was in a state of perpetual organized chaos, more so today than it had been before. A tense, anxious mood hung in the air. Everyone had a grim expression on their faces, sometimes glancing south with fear hiding in their eyes. Sonny thought that he could already hear the distant, low hum of the approaching swarm. "Look alive." His shout seemed to energize the soldiers. Glancing at him with hints of recognition and reverence, they parted, letting the devils march through. Sonny made sure to put on the most calm and arrogant expression he could manage, as if the vast swarm of flying abominations was nothing more than a little annoyance. His performance seemed to have worked, since some of the tension dissipated. Even the members of his own cohort seemed to relax a little. "What? Why the hell are you relaxing, idiots? You of all people should know how damn terrifying the devouring cloud is. I mean, even I am scared." But he wasn't, not really. Mostly because the brood monsters had no means of attacking incorporeal targets, so his personal safety was not at risk. And because the devouring cloud was the least dangerous of the enemies converging on Falcon. It was still supremely dangerous, however. The irregulars entered an open elevator that took them to the top of the wall. Falcon Scott looked strangely empty from the moving platform, its usual liveliness gone. It seemed as if the whole city was holding its breath, hoping that the predator would not notice the prey. Zero chance of that happening. Stepping onto the wall, Sonny looked around and noticed a few familiar figures some distance away. A minute later, he was standing side by side with Jet, Winter, and Dale, looking south over the battlements. The four of them remained silent for a while, until Soul Reaper finally spoke, her voice measured. "Wow, that is a lot of abominations." Below them, in the distance, the ground was slowly disappearing behind an immense wall of swirling haze. It looked as if the world itself was being devoured, erased from existence by the approaching cloud. Suddenly, Sonny caught himself missing the calm darkness of the underground tunnel. Chapter 993. The Fall of Falcon Scott. 11. The devouring cloud posed an existential threat to Falcon Scott, but strangely, Sonny was not too worried, at least for himself. Perhaps it was the marble shell that gave him confidence, or perhaps it was the presence of the other ascended irregulars. The four of them were a fearsome force by themselves, and there were thousands of other awakened defending the city, to boot. Not to mention countless mundane soldiers, impregnable fortifications, and 2 entire saints. Sky Tide had been away, fighting the winter beast somewhere in the wilderness. It was unknown whether she would be able to return in time to participate in today's battle, but Bloodwave was here, protecting the anchored ships. If things went south, he would undoubtedly interfere. Master Jet studied the approaching brood swarm, her icy blue eyes cold and calculating. Then she sighed. Something is different. Sonny glanced at her with a silent question, prompting Soul Reaper to shake her head. The devouring cloud is behaving differently from how the reports described it. He frowned, then glanced at the distant haze. Indeed, the swarm was acting a bit differently from how it had been before. It seemed slightly less erratic, slightly more driven. The speed with which the devouring world consumed distance was greater than Sonny had expected. Summoning his helmet, Dale shrugged. "They probably sense the 200 million souls behind us, who wouldn't hurry to get to a feast," Winter smiled. "Well then, let's show them some hospitality." She remained motionless for a few moments, then raised her hands and cautiously removed her sunglasses. A deep sigh escaped from her lips. That was the first time Sonny saw Winter's eyes. They were entirely black, with pupils that resembled 2 drops of coagulated blood. Looking into them made him deeply, irrationally uncomfortable. "Begin." Several awakened, 3 from Soul Reaper's cohort and 1 from Dale's, stepped forward. Following Sonny's nod, Luster did the same. In this battle, Winter was going to be the tip of their spear. Her aspect would play a key role, and so it had to be augmented as much as possible. Several memories started to manifest in the air around the ascended archer. A beautiful handheld mirror, a small skull with a precious jewel embedded into its forehead, a silver coin with the image of a beautiful woman on one side and that of a hideous monster on the other. And at the same time, the 4 awakened activated their own abilities. One started to draw a complicated circle around Winter, saturating it with essence as he went. Another concentrated on the memories, somehow channeling more power into them. Luster simply placed his hand on her shoulder and then sent Sonny a strangely pleased glance. "That fool!" Sonny rolled his eyes and walked a few steps away. He wrapped one shadow around his body and the other 3 around Morgan's warbow, then evaluated how much essence he had left. It was not as much as he would have wanted, but enough to summon the strike of thunder many times, as well as manifest countless soul arrows in between the shots. He would be able to activate the dying wish as well if the abominations managed to get close to the wall. Today, Sonny had a personal goal to slaughter as many of the brood beasts as possible. Hundreds of them, or maybe even 1,000. With almost all the vile creatures being awakened, he would not be getting many fragments, but that was all right. What he wanted were memories anyway, the more the better, no matter how weak. "What do you think, Sonny? Are we going to win today?" He glanced at Master Jet, who was calmly spinning a simple shuriken in her hand. The aura of illusory cold radiating from her seemed especially chilling right now. He shrugged. "Sure, why not? It's just a bunch of ugly flying leeches." Soul Reaper grinned and did not say anything else. A few minutes later, the devouring cloud entered the firing range of the rail guns. Once again, the thunderous sound of heaving tungsten rounds shattering the sound barrier made the whole wall vibrate. Even though Sonny knew that the bombardment had to have killed countless creatures, it seemed as though the distant haze simply swallowed them. There was not even the smallest ripple or rift in the uninterrupted veil of flying horrors. Crap. Then, the turrets and the MWPS joined the barrage and unleashed a hail of bullets. Numerous tracer rounds flew from the wall into the rolling cloud of brood beasts. It was strangely beautiful, as though a shining rain was falling from the ground into the sky, struggling to pierce the black veil of extinguishing darkness. As if utterly untouched by the devastating onslaught, the devouring cloud continued forward without ever slowing down. By now, the hum of countless leathery wings had grown loud enough to seep through the clamor of the firing guns, spreading through the air like the murmur of a vast sea. The creatures were already close enough for the illusion of a hazy veil to fall apart into the harrowing visage of myriads of black dots swarming in the air. Sonny grimaced, then drew his bow and sent the strike of thunder into the approaching horde. Before the furious bolt of lightning reached it, he was already pulling on the string again, an arrow of pale gold appearing on it. A flash of stark, eclectic light illuminated a tiny portion of the swarm, followed by the whispers of the spell. Crap! At that point, the devouring cloud was supposed to slow down. It had just reached the edge of the vast killing field between the city wall and the mountains, coming into view of numerous piles of nightmare creature carcasses covering the ground. The brood beasts were supposed to turn their attention to that plentiful source of food before continuing toward Falcon Scott in full force. However, they did not. Acting in contradiction to all the analytical reports by Army Command, the swarm ignored the feast of rotting flesh completely, and instead accelerated forward even more. That was when Winter finally made her move. Taking a deep breath, she raised her bow and summoned a single, fiery arrow. Her black eyes seemed to become even darker still, and the crimson blood drops of her pupils shone with an eerie, ominous glow. The string of the bow rang and the flaming arrow flashed through the darkness, leaving a blazing trail behind when it hit. The darkness of the polar night was suddenly no more. Chapter 994. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 12. The moment Winter's arrow reached the devouring cloud, a brilliant flash of light blinded everyone for a moment. A vast sphere of flame bloomed in the middle of the swarm, spreading far and wide like a rolling wave of destruction. Then it collapsed on itself and exploded once more. Tongues of flame spread through the mass of abominations, swallowing countless brood beasts. Some were turned to ash, some fell down to the ground like burning stars. Others continued to burn as they streaked chaotically through the sky, their flesh boiling and dissipating. But they did not die before colliding with some of their vile brethren. The fire spread. As if possessing a mind of its own, it continued to spread from one abomination to another, until it seemed as though the sky itself was aflame. The darkness was chased out by the furious orange-white glow, and Sonny felt something that he had never expected to feel in the middle of winter in Antarctica, scorching heat caressing his skin. He sucked in a shaky breath. Damn! It seemed that all their preparations were not in vain. Winter's opening was nothing short of breathtaking. It was outright frightening if he was honest, but it was just an opening. Nevertheless, although the devouring cloud had sustained considerable losses and had to slow down, it was in no way stopped. Already some brood beasts were charging through the wall of fire, lunging toward the city. Grinning at the sight of the fiery slaughter, Sonny shook off his momentary shock and drew Morgan's warbow again. More. I need to kill more. Another bolt of lightning slammed into the swarm, reaping a multitude of lives. An arrow of pale gold pierced a brood beast clean through, then continued to fly forward, killing several others. There were so many abominations that Sonny did not even have to aim. The 4 cohorts of irregulars, as well as all the rest of the awakened defenders, poured all their strength into destroying the descending tide of winged horrors. Even though it seemed as if the sky itself was falling on them, vast swathes of it enveloped in flame, no one's courage broke. It was natural to fear for one's life, but with 200 million people depending on their protection, the soldiers of the First Army stubbornly clung to their positions despite the terror of the approaching swarm. By his side, Soul Reaper waved her hands, dozens of throwing stars appearing between her fingers and shooting forward with terrible speed, shredding a whole swathe of the swarm like a steel rain. A few steps away, Samara was methodically discharging her rifle, explosions of essence blossoming in the mass of nightmare creatures. Pieces of torn flesh and streams of blood rained down without stop. The rest of the devils were doing their part. Winter was not at all done with her part of the slaughter, either. One after another, enchanted arrows flew from the string of her bow. With 4 awakened elites using their aspects to augment hers, and a number of powerful memories feeding her their power, the ascended archer became a source of shocking devastation. Sonny finally understood why Winter was sometimes called a walking artillery unit. There were a lot of arrows in her arsenal capable of widespread destruction, and augmented as she was, the scope of that destruction only grew. Thanks to her aspect, the arrows never missed. And with Luster continuously feeding her soul essence, she had no reason to stop. The devouring cloud was melting in front of his eyes. Morel Sonny strained his muscles to draw the string, the process of dismissing and summoning the strike of thunder back finally finished. Just in time, a fierce bolt of lightning pierced the air once again. You have slain, you have slain, you have slain, you have received. And yet, even with all that destruction summoned upon the brood swarm, it was still advancing on the city. Half of the vast killing field had already disappeared in its shadow, and the first of the winged horrors were already reaching the wall. Somewhere to his left, a massive MWP stumbled, the appalling shape of a brood beast disappearing into the breach in the war platform's armor that it had just created with the circular, fleshy maw. The creature crawled into the pilot's cabin. In the next moment, the massive machine jerked erratically and stepped back, plummeting from the battlement into the darkness. Sonny uttered a silent curse. At the same time, Dale stepped closer to Winter. A spherical dome of transparent energy enveloped the two of them, as well as all the awakened standing nearby. Their arrows and bullets easily passed through the dome to hit the enemies, but when a lone brood beast lunged at Winter from above, it collided against the wall of shimmering energy as if against solid stone. The creature's body bounced away in a rain of blood. I guess it's time for Sonny, now, Jet's voice confirmed his own thoughts. They briefly glanced at each other, then dashed away from the irregulars. Sonny dismissed his bow, took a deep breath, and summoned the sin of solace instead. Instantly, an insidious voice, his own voice, spoke into his ear. Huh, are you still pretending that you can actually save anyone, you know? Shut the hell up, no one asked. Gritting his teeth, Sonny followed Soul Reaper until they reached a relatively empty section of the wall a couple of 100 meters away from the position of the irregulars. She shouted at the nearby soldiers, commanding them to retreat. Then Jet turned to Sonny and flashed him a wicked smile. Are you ready? He nodded. Then activate that charm of yours. Sonny sighed, then poured essence into the dying wish. At the same time, he wrapped all four shadows around his body and activated the underworld armament trait of the marble shell, enhancing the effect of the charm. His goals here were rather simple. He needed to give Winter as much time as possible to eradicate the swarm, and at the same time, prevent brood beasts from flying into the city. What better way was there to achieve both than to present the devouring Could with an irresistibly tasty target? The plan was bound to work. Its only downside was that, for a while, Sunny would have to survive the attention of the entire swarm. Somehow. Chapter 995. The Fall of Falcon Scott 13. The world seemed trapped in a violent seizure. The darkness of the endless night was savaged, torn apart by the spreading wildfire and the disorienting flashes of numerous firing armaments. The cacophony of thunderous salvos and inhuman shrieks fused into an almost palpable force, pressing down on Sunny from all sides. Some distance away, above the burning nightmare of the killing field, the devouring cloud had reshaped itself to create a breach in the wall of flames. A dark mass of brood beasts poured forward, rushing to reach the defensive barrier of the last human city. The incoming segment of the swarm swirled, forming into a long and vast protuberance. It looked like a giant tentacle that grew and twisted, aiming for a single spot on the city wall, the dome of shimmering energy where Dale and Winter were making their stand. Something is indeed very wrong. Since when was the devouring cloud so purposeful? How could the swarm of mindless brood beasts not only identify the deadliest threat, but also show enough coordinated intent to try taking it out first? Feeling a chill run down his spine, Sunny activated the dying wish and watched as the tip of the dark protuberance pivoted, changing its direction to attack him instead. Wonderful. He glanced at Jet, lingered for a moment, and then asked in a hoarse voice, "Are we sure that we want to do this?" Soul Reaper lowered her graceful glaive, a thin layer of ice slowly thickening on its silver blade. Brushing her raven-black hair back, she smiled from the corner of her mouth. "What do our wishes have to do with anything?" Sunny looked back at the approaching swarm and sighed. Fair enough. At that point, most of the weapons on the southern section of the wall had concentrated their fire on the advancing protuberance. It was being tomed by the heavy tungsten rounds of the rail guns, the storm of bullets unleashed by countless turrets, the sporadic rifle fire of mundane infantrymen, the memories and abilities of enlightened soldiers. As Sunny watched, masses of miniature missiles shot from the shoulders of the towering MWPs, streaking across the sky and blasting countless monstrosities to shreds. The attacking swarm was continuously breaking and rebuilding itself, new brood beasts instantly taking the place of the killed ones to close the gaps. It was not showing any signs of slowing down, though, which meant that Sunny would not escape it. Well, he was not worried. "Sure you are." Sunny winced and glanced at the Sin of Solace with displeasure. His mental defenses were supposed to be quite high right now. Why wasn't the damned sword affected at all? Ah, yes, your new shiny shell. As good a reason to feel confident as any, one guess. And if that is not enough, you can always escape into the shadows. Right. Sunny pretended not to hear the insidious voice. Have you not stopped to think about Jet, though? Where would she escape? Are you ready to watch her die? You better be. An outsider like her does not matter anyway. Sunny glanced at Master Jet, who was observing the swarm by his side. Her beautiful face was calm and focused. He sighed. "You are very proud of yourself, aren't you? Toying with me, playing on my deepest fears and insecurities. But aren't you embarrassed of yourself a little?" The Sin of Solace did not answer. "I'll admit, you did catch me by surprise a couple of times. However, now that one know what to expect, why would such childish jabs have any effect on me? I don't know whether you really are the voice of the cursed sword, or simply a part of my own subconscious twisted by it, although the latter seems more probable. However, one thing I do know is that you are out of your league here, buddy." He shook the beautiful giant slightly. I mean, who do you think you are? You are not the voice of Ariel, the demon of dread. You are merely a memory, of an echo, of a whisper. Something that pathetic wants to drive me crazy. Please, don't make me laugh. There were a few moments of silence, and then the insidious voice answered mockingly. And yet here you are, talking to an imaginary voice in the middle of a battle. Sunny smiled. So what? Hearing voices and talking to myself is somewhat of a hobby of mine. Been there, done that. He pushed the annoying whispers to the back of his mind and concentrated on what was about to come. A small shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Sunny almost moved to attack it, but then held himself back. In the next moment, a familiar crow landed on Jet's shoulder, glanced at him arrogantly, and turned to its master. Swam, swam. Jet patted the bird on the head with a small smile. Yes, I know. Now go, it is going to be too dangerous for you. The crow let out an outraged caw and spread its wings to make itself look bigger, but to no avail. She had already dismissed the echo, making it dissipate into a swirl of sparks. A few seconds later, the swarm was upon them. The first of the lunging brood beast was cleanly severed in half by Jet's glaive, two bleeding slabs of hideous flesh flying over the wall to fall into the siege camp below. But the next one was already attacking. Sunny allowed his mind to switch into the state of battle clarity, or rather, dive deeper into it, since clarity had long become like second nature to him. His thoughts accelerated, and his perception of the world became sharper, clearer, and more encompassing. He moved forward with light steps, the sin of solace flashing through the air to pierce the creature's body. Its flesh parted before the jade blade like water. At the same time, the shadows around them stirred, and a dozen black tentacles rose from them, grabbing the attacking brood beasts and tearing them apart. The tentacles were different and much more complex than the ones he had usually summoned before. These ones had joints and a semblance of structure, ending with crude but nimble and powerful hands. Sunny's long hours of practice had not been in vain. He had pushed his grasp of shadow manifestation forward by a lot. Of course, using it burned through his essence. Everything Sunny did required him to spend essence weaving shadow strings, repeatedly summoning the strike of thunder, sustaining and augmenting the effect of the dying wish, saturating his body with resilience and strength. Any other master would have been drained of all energy already, but Sunny's reserves of essence were vast and potent, more than 4 times the volume of almost anyone else of the same rank. At the same time, his control of it was nothing short of exquisite, allowing for near-perfect efficiency. He had a lot of fight left in him still. The question was whether that would be enough. Chapter 996, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 14. The swarm of brood beasts descended upon Sunny and Master Jet. The two of them moved with speed that would have seemed utterly inhuman to mundane soldiers if any of them had remained nearby. Curiously enough, a master would have been stunned just as much. Both ascended irregulars were showing a level of physical prowess that only those with extremely powerful combat aspect were supposed to possess. Soul Reaper's glaive turned into a blur as she spun it, dissecting scores of the ghastly abominations. The gorgeous jade giant danced like a feather, harvesting life after life. Of course, neither Sunny nor Jet remained static, moving across the wide expanse of the battlement similar to a hurricane of cutting steel. They danced between the attacking nightmare creatures, never remaining in one spot long enough to be buried under their onslaught. Well, Sunny danced. His battle style was graceful and fluid, to the point where it seemed as though he had no rigid shape at all. Master Jet, on the other hand, fought with the dire and straightforward inevitability of an experienced butcher, slaughtering her enemies both methodically and ruthlessly. There was an awful beauty to her mesmerizing savagery as well. Get ready. Sunny did not need the warning. The whirlwind of abominations surrounding them was already poor enough, but it was also just the beginning. Most of the protuberance of the devouring cloud had yet to reach them, and the situation was about to become numerous times worse. Oh, why did I come to this damned continent? Full of self-pity, he pivoted to the right, narrowly avoided a diving brood beast, and brandished the sin of solace to cut down another one. At the same time, he glanced over the edge of the wall, where a long stretch of the world was obscured by the swarm of abominations. By now, the two of them were surrounded from all sides, but most of the enemies were still coming from a single direction. The excellent news was that the dying wish was working, preventing the brood beasts from passing the wall and escaping into the city. The poor news was that he could not see the glow of winter's flames at all now, which meant that the part of the swarm attacking them was a second at most from growing much harder to deal with. There had to be really numerous of them to obscure the wildfire entirely. Sunny called upon the shadows, and a black wall suddenly rose between the battlement and the main body of the protuberance. Countless brood beasts slammed into it in the next moment, impaling themselves on the sharp spikes that shot from the black surface. Even more had to twist in the air to avoid the obstacle. That did not slow the swarm much, but it did funnel it somewhat, giving Sunny and Jet some room to breathe, at least for a moment. Then things got really tense. Arg, damn it! There were too numerous brood beasts lunging at him to kill and evade them all. Sunny did his best, but it was still not enough. Even with the help of shadow hands, he was forced to receive several attacks head-on. Making his body as heavy as a slab of rock, Sunny gritted his teeth and stood his ground. A disgusting leathery body slammed into him. If he had not used the feather of truth to change his mass, the impact would have thrown Sunny to the ground, or even worse, off the wall. As it was, he only took half a step back, while the brood beast bounced back with the nauseating crunch of breaking bones. Ah, that hurt. Before Sunny could do anything, another creature tore into his forearm. The leather vambrace of the puppeteer's shroud held some of the horrid fangs back, but not all of them. However, the creature's fangs scraped fruitlessly against Sunny's skin, not leaving even a scratch on it. He grinned. "Chew on this, bastard." With that, Sunny spun the sin of solace into reverse grip and easily cut through the abomination's long neck. Usually, it would have been difficult to deal any damage from such an awkward position, but the jade blade of the cursed sword was so sharp that he did not have to put any effort into the cut at all. The brood beast's body convulsed and fell down. Its severed maw, however, was still stubbornly trying to gnaw on Sunny's flesh. Whatever. Ignoring the vice-like and unpleasantly moist grasp of the creature's jaw, he threw himself back into the battle. A few moments later, it flew off his forearm, pulled away by powerful inertia. Sadly, that was not the last abomination that managed to hit him. As their number grew and grew, Sunny started to miss more attacks. Most of them failed to penetrate the adamantine barrier of the marble shell, but a few did not. There were now shallow scratches here and there on his body, and their number was swiftly increasing. Master Jet was in a similar position, although she did not seem to be bothered by it at all. Even though her black leather armor was torn and shredded, revealing glimpses of alabaster skin and trickles of crimson blood, she fought with the same unrestrained, magnificent brutality. There was even a dark, wicked grin on her face. What is wrong with that woman? He wasted a moment to shift his sight and glance at her core, only to see that it was brimming with essence, full to the limit. That cost him another scratch as well as a pang of envy. Damn it, Master Jet's aspect is simply cheating. To be fair, his aspect was somewhat of a cheat as well. More than that, both of them were fighting in nearly optimal conditions. Soul Reaper was well suited to fight against large numbers of weaker enemies, who could provide her with a nearly endless supply of essence, while Sunny was a true menace when surrounded by shadows. Throughout the cruel length of the polar night, the whole world was enveloped by shadows, and he was their master. And yet, both of them were in dire danger. Even if individual brood beasts did not pose much of a threat to the two ascended, thousands and thousands of them did. An army of ants was more than capable of killing an elephant, whatever an elephant was. Grinding his teeth, Sonny danced between the countless abominations and felt his own essence disappear with frightening speed. Winter better be very busy obliterating the main body of the swarm. Fast. Chapter 997. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 15. Black pillars of smoke rose into the sky, obscuring the stars like a smoldering veil. Between the roiling dark heaven and the cold, ravaged land, a fiery inferno seethed and swarmed, drowning the world in a scorching orange glow. Surrounded by numerous abominations and the cacophonous roar of heavy armaments, Sonny and Jet fought against the devouring cloud. The wind was picking up. Struggling not to slip on the fetid blood that covered the alloy expanse of the battlement, Sonny pulled Soul Reaper close and bent down, summoning a dome of shadows to surround them. His breathing was hoarse and labored. There was no light inside the improvised shelter, and the brood beasts were already attacking it, the whole structure trembling under an onslaught of heavy blows. Worse still, he did not dare to sustain the barrier for more than a few seconds, afraid that the swarm would lose interest and shift its attention to the city beyond. "I won't last much longer." Master Jet was uncomfortably close, her physical state as battered and bloodied as his. Her chest rose and fell erratically, betraying the same level of exhaustion. Nevertheless, her voice sounded calm. "You can't fight anymore." He shook his head, then spoke after realizing that she probably could not see him. "No, not that. The charm. I don't have enough essence left to keep it active for long." She lingered for a moment. "Do what you can. After that, let's see what fate has in store." Sonny winced at her choice of words, then considered if it was time to summon Nightmare. The black steed would be helpful in surviving the tide of brood beasts, but the two of them were not at the point of needing to be rescued yet. It was supplying the dying wish with essence that was the problem. Nightmare was also large and lacked armor. His main defense was speed and viciousness, which would not protect him against the swarm. If the Shadow Stallion sustained heavy wounds today, Sonny would not be able to call upon him tomorrow. "Back to the slaughter, then." He glanced at Jet. "Ready?" She smiled in the darkness. "Always." He allowed the suffering shadows to lose substance, and the black dome fell apart around them. Immediately, a flood of brood beasts descended upon the two ascended. Sonny and Jet were pushed back to back, unable to move. The jade longsword and the silver glaive blurred, tearing through the ghastly abominations. The smell of blood permeated the air. It was somewhat of a heroic scene, exactly like what he had often seen in dramas and webtoons about Valiant Awakened. Not very practical, though. Stuck in one spot and limited in where he could move, Sonny became a perfect target. Curse it! A strong gale of wind slammed into them, throwing many brood beasts off course. Jet used that moment to lunge forward and brandish her glaive, causing an explosion of frost to spread through the swarm and clear a bit of space around them. High above, the veil of smoke looked like storm clouds. Sonny was still feeding his essence into the dying wish and sustaining the augmentation of the underworld armament, hoping to buy Winter another minute, maybe half a minute, of time. But the devouring cloud seemed to have suddenly learned how to resist Solvin's charm. Without any provocation, the mass of brood beasts shifted, flashing past the two bloodied masters. Ignoring the alluring enchantment of the dying wish, they lunged in the direction where Dale's protective barrier still gleamed with mystical energy. "What the hell?" Sonny slashed at the nearest abomination, cutting it in half. The other brood beast simply ignored him and flew away. "You have slain an awakened beast, brood of the devouring cloud. You have received." He ignored the quiet whisper of the spell and stared at the apocalyptic scene of the battlefield. The killing field below the wall was enveloped in flame. The sky was burning with red embers as well. The main body of the swarm seemed diminished somewhat. Where once there had been an uninterrupted wall of winged horrors, now there was a tattered curtain of them, with vast breaches and gaps in its vile, seething mass. Winter and all the other defenders did not waste the time he had bought them. The problem, however, was that the flames unleashed by the ascended archer in her initial attack had almost died down, and now the whole of the devouring cloud was advancing on the city. This was a key moment. Winter had to break their advance once and for all, and for that to happen, nothing could interrupt her. Got him it. Sonny prepared himself, ready to dash toward the position of the rest of the irregulars. He could see a dark tentacle of the thin protuberance slamming into Dale's barrier, the wind howling so loudly that it drowned out the thunder of the firing rail guns for a moment. The barrier grew dimmer, but held. For now. A radiant arrow escaped from it, streaking across the killing field and disappearing into the devouring cloud. Then, it was as though a large portion of the swarm imploded in on itself, countless abominations being violently pulled and crushed by an invisible force. However, it was still not enough. Dale's barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer, and the swarm was still advancing, a dozen seconds away from crashing into the defenders of the city. Not enough. And then, a vast shadow fell from the sky, tearing through the veil of smoke and storm clouds obscuring it. At the same time, a destructive net of lightning surrounded the devouring cloud, turning the world white for a second. Thousands of abominations were instantly burned to ash. A giant bird of prey with white feathers and devastating talons of lustrous steel dove into the swarm. Her enormous wings were wreathed in thunderclouds, and bolts of lightning danced around her body like a cloak. A hurricane of wind summoned by her arrival threw the center of the devouring cloud into disarray. Sonny froze. Sky tied. St. Tyrus looked beaten and exhausted, but still incredibly fearsome. Her white feathers were painted by blood, and there was a thin layer of ice covering many parts of her body. Despite all that, she cut through the swarm like a blade of a guillotine, and at the same time, powerful winds squeezed the monstrosities down and pushed them away from the city. Sonny stared at the incredible scene in tired silence. He had never been that happy to see a saint before. Lowering the sin of solace, he looked at Master Jet. A somewhat disoriented question escaped from his lips. Have we won? She lingered for a moment, then shrugged. It seems that Before Soul Reaper could finish the sentence, however, the city wall suddenly quaked under them. Chapter 998, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 16. The wall trembled violently, almost throwing Sonny off his feet. He caught himself from falling and spun, the sin of solace flying into a defensive stance. What the hell was that? Master Jet used her glaive to keep herself upright and looked around. For the first time since the start of the battle, her expression became grim. She did not answer for a couple of seconds. Then her icy eyes widened slightly. Soul Reaper turned to Sonny, trying to say something, but he had already sensed it himself. A cold shiver ran down his spine. The call of the nightmare had suddenly grown much louder, assaulting his mind with an onslaught of screaming whispers. In the next moment, the world came undone, and the piercing sound of tearing alloy filled Sonny's ears. The battlement beneath him was falling apart, and a strong aftershock of whatever it was that had destroyed it rolled through the air, throwing him away. No, Sonny did not see it yet, but he already understood what had happened. A nightmare gate had just opened right below where he and Jet had fought, annihilating a large section of the wall. An ugly rift in reality tore through the armored alloy, turning it into nothing. The vertical schism of pure nothingness played strange tricks with both light and darkness, making it appear simultaneously perfectly flat and inconceivably deep. A litany of inaudible screams thundered out of it in deafening silence, washing over the world like a demented call. The wall was breached from top to bottom, some of it devoured by the gate, the rest simply collapsing when the supporting structure suddenly disappeared. Sonny plummeted down in a rain of debris. Before he could truly comprehend what was happening, his body brushed against the boundary of the gate. Instantly, an explosion of blinding pain enveloped his body and soul, and a strange, repelling force pushed him away. A nightmare gate was a one-way path. Creatures of the dream realm could enter through it into the waking world, but nothing from the waking world could pass through it into the land of nightmares. Only awakened could answer its call by sending their souls on a perilous journey. All they had to do was fall asleep in the vicinity of the rift. Masters and saints could answer it too by pulling on their own anchors, but not by physically stepping through the gate. Maybe sovereigns were different, but Sonny had no time to ponder about it, or could ponder about it, really. For a few moments after experiencing the shock of brushing against the lightless rift, his mind became utterly blank. And when he came to his senses, he found himself falling from a 70-meter height, the ground approaching him with frightening speed. Still disoriented, Sonny scrambled to summon the dark wing, but then froze for a split second. There was not enough time for the translucent memory to manifest itself into existence and for its enchantment to activate. He had maybe 3 seconds left. Would a fall from that height murder him? Sonny did not know, and he did not want to find out. Even if he survived somehow, a flood of nightmare creatures would soon flow out of the gate to finish the job. Damn! Something heavy and sharp suddenly slammed into Sonny's head, a torn piece of the wall's frame. Following an instinct, Sonny reached forward and called upon the shadows of the falling pieces of debris. They moved, sliding toward his body. Sonny made himself as light as he could and then manifested the shadows. In the next moment, a vast mantle of darkness surrounded him like a streaming black cape, catching the wind and slowing down his fall. It was almost enough. He hit the ground hard enough to bounce off of it and black out for a moment. The mantle of shadows was torn apart and dissipated. Sonny rolled away, his body a mass of pain, vaguely recognizing the landscape of the staging area around him. He came to a halt after violently slamming into the feet of a loader robot, then weakly crawled under it, hoping to hide from the raining debris. It was good thinking. Not a second later, a piece of alloy that must have weighed several tons crashed into the ground in the spot where Sonny had been just a moment ago. That was all Sonny could do, though. After taking shelter between the legs of the loader, all strength seemed to abandon him. All that was left was pain. Arg. He was alive, at least. Bone weave and the marble shell, as well as his ascended physique, had protected Sonny's body from being severely damaged. He was a bit shocked, that was all. Arguably, touching the gate had caused much more harm. Sonny did not know what kind of damage he had received, but it felt serious. He knew he could still fight, maybe, but not right now. Right now he could hardly move. Not good. From his temporary shelter, Sonny had a clear view of the broken wall and the vast rift of nothingness pulsing darkly in the breach. A few soldiers and logistics specialists were running away from it, consumed by panic. A few more lay dead, killed by the debris. A tide of nightmare creatures was about to emerge from the gate, flood the staging area, and devour everyone here before escaping into the city. And Sonny was utterly defenseless. A cold voice suddenly resounded in his ear. "See. I told you that you're useless." Sonny gritted his teeth. "Shut up." His own laughter was the answer. "I also told you that Master Jet was going to die, didn't I?" he growled. "I said shut the hell up." Pushing through pain and weakness, Sonny forced himself to start crawling. He wanted to crawl away, but somehow found himself crawling toward the gate. The desire to flee had been subtly defeated by the desire to finish his duty and defend the city without him even noticing. I must have really lost it. What am I planning to do in that state? Maybe there was some strategy left. No, there surely was. He was just too rattled and concussed to ponder it. There was the dying wish. There was also nightmare. As a massive shape slowly revealed itself in the pulsating darkness of the gate, a familiar tone whispered into his ear. Sonny felt a flash of rage sear his mind. "Shut your mouth!" But then he froze. That voice was not his. Ignoring the rude outburst, the spell spoke. "Your shadow has evolved." Chapter 999. The Fall of Falcon. Scott 17. My shadow. Sonny unlocked his eyes wide. Saint. It seemed that Saint had finished her evolution into a devil ahead of schedule. All things considered, her timing was nothing short of impeccable. Even in his disoriented state, Sonny knew that he could not ignore such luck. As the first of the nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, he abandoned his attempts to crawl forward and called upon his shadow instead. The coldness of the polar night seemed to grow slightly darker. Then, an intricate sabaton forged out of black stone-like metal stepped on the ground beside him. Sonny weakly turned his head to look up at Saint, who was as aloof as ever. His taciturn knight had changed. Initially, she had been roughly the same height as him, becoming taller after evolving into a demon. Now, Saint towered above Sonny. Obscured by the beautiful onyx armor, the lines of her stone body were still slender and graceful. But at more than 2 meters of height, the fearsome shadow seemed extremely imposing. Her oppressive presence was worthy of a devil. The black armor itself had not changed much. It had always been a product of magnificent craftsmanship, and seemed even more superb and menacing now. However, Saint's skin, which had been gray like stone before, then white as alabaster, was now as smooth and black as polished onyx. At least what little of it could be seen through the slits of her visor. The ruby jewels of her eyes burned with ominous crimson flames. Saint studied the vast rift of the nightmare gate indifferently, then glanced at Sonny. It almost seemed as though she had a lot of questions. He forced out a weak smile. "Yeah, stuff happened. I'm glad to see you too." Then he raised a trembling hand and pointed at the emerging nightmare creatures. "Go, Arg. Go deal with them if you don't mind. I'll stay here for a bit." Saint lingered for a moment, then silently turned to the flood of monstrous creatures and strolled forward. Her steps were calm and steady. Sonny let his hand drop back to the ground. "Ah, it's good to have her back." Hoisting himself up to sit, his back leaning against a piece of rubble, Sonny used some of his last essence to send the broken oath to the taciturn devil. Then, he commanded all 4 of his shadows to abandon him and embrace Saint instead. Her tall figure shone with a dark radiance. The shadows around the demonic knight swelled, becoming deeper and darker, surrounding her like a tenebrous mantle, which was all expected. What Sonny had not expected, however, was that there was a hint of true, elemental darkness in that lightless glow. It made him shiver. A few dozen meters away from them, the nightmare creatures were being born from the revolting nothingness of the gate. A flood of them rushed forward, chasing after the retreating soldiers and noncombatants. The abominations gazed like tall, insecting humanoids with 6 hands each, their inhuman faces brimming with black eyes and jagged mandibles. They wore carapace armor and wielded weapons made of sharpened chitin, moving with astonishing speed and possessing dreadful might. As Sonny watched, one of the creatures easily threw a piece of the broken wall that must have weighed a ton aside. Unfazed, Saint unlocked her arms, as if trying to embrace the broken, burning world. Darkness flowed from under her vambraces, over her palms, and into the air. A moment later, the flowing darkness formed into the shape of a familiar stone sword. It was whole once again, but utterly black in appearance. A feeling of dark, nebulous power radiated from its Stygian blade. On her other hand, a round shield of stone-like metal appeared, its surface the same polished onyx as the fearsome armor of the taciturn shadow. Walking toward the enemy, Saint raised her sword and struck the rim of her shield twice with its blade, as if challenging the harrowing tide of monsters. Damn! Sonny was too weak and mentally shaken to do anything, so he just sat on the ground, using a piece of rubble for support, and watched Saint fight. His shadow had simply strolled forward, and then dove into the mass of enemies as soon as the last of the soldiers ran past her. She collided against the arachnid warriors with her shield, sending a dozen of them stumbling to the ground, and then twisted into a whirlwind of annihilating darkness, her sword slicing through carapace armor, flesh, and bone as if nothing could stop it. Black blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies covered the ground. Saint was an ascended devil now, and augmented by all four of Sunny's shadows. The broken oath received the same augmentation, seeping strength and vitality from her enemies. The graceful knight fought with stunning clarity and sublime skill, and yet that was not enough to explain why Saint was so deadly and devastating. The abominations were not weak. It was she who was too strong, too fast, and too tyrannical. A simple evolution of one class could not explain the difference. A devil commands unnatural powers. That is what separates them from demons. Sunny's thoughts were slow and tangled, but he remembered that much. What powers had Saint received? Might as well take a look. It was not like Sunny could be of much use currently. He lingered for a few moments, staring at the fearsome battle that was taking place merely 24 meters or so away from him. Saint was holding back the whole mob of nightmare creatures by herself. For now. He did not know how long she would last, or whether the abominations would flow past the slaughtering devil to escape into the city. If they did, he would be the first one to die. Sunny gathered his thoughts and activated the healing property of the dying wish first. That, at least, did not demand any essence, or maybe slowly accumulated it with each kill, creating a hidden reserve. The main effect of the enchantment had been deactivated long ago. A wave of healing energy spread through his body, repairing the damage done to it and lessening the pain. He was still weak, muddled, and suffering, though whatever touching the gate had done to him seemed to be more than a mere physical wound. Next, Sunny summoned Nightmare. He did not send the Black Stallion to join the battle yet, ordering him to stand guard above his master. Somewhat satisfied with these measures, Sunny glanced at Saint again and summoned the runes. Chapter 1000, The Fall of Falcon. Scott 18. What the hell am I doing? Indeed. The wall of the city was breached, a menacing nightmare gate was towering above him, and not too far away, a furious conflict was raging in the rabble of the staging area. And yet Sunny was staring at the runes that shimmered brightly in the air in front of him. His vision was a little blurry, but the runes were clear and perfectly legible, as if existing outside of reality, which they probably did. Oh, well. Sunny needed a couple of minutes to recover anyway. He looked at the field of runes, searching for the names of his shadows. A new string of them replaced the old one, Onyx Saint. Onyx, that had a nice ring to it. Marble Saint had turned into Onyx Saint. Was his marble shell going to evolve into the onyx shell as well once he transcended? Sunny would have loved to pursue that train of thought, but unfortunately he couldn't. His thoughts were slow and erratic, refusing to consider anything too complicated. Giving up, he concentrated on the runes of Saint's name and started to read the descriptions. Shadow, Onyx Saint Shadow rank, Ascended Shadow class, Devil Shadow attributes, Battle Master, Stalwart Ember of Divinity, Heart of Darkness. Heart of Darkness, that's new. Sunny glanced at the mass of attacking arachnid warriors, catching a glimpse of Saint decapitating an especially menacing abomination with a swift slash of her black sword, then sending its body flying into the mob with a strike of her shield. Even before the rim of the shield connected with the creature's chest, the blade of the stone sword was already moving to deflect an incoming blow. She's not dead yet. He looked back to the runes. A tribute description. A vestige of an ancient darkness dwells in this shadow's heart, granting her tenebrous powers. So, Saint had not just destroyed the sphere of black stone in the tunnel. She had taken something from it. Sunny had expected as much. The spark of divinity was also gone, replaced by the ember of divinity. The light of divinity and true darkness now coexisted within Saint somehow. There was something interesting about that fact, but Sonny, in his pitiful state, could not quite point to what. The sounds of the conflict grew louder and a little closer, forcing him to look past the runes nervously and then hurry up. The gate guardian could arrive at any moment. Sonny lowered his gaze. Shadow abilities, weapon sage, underworld armament, mantle of darkness, blade of darkness, 2 new ones. The name of the first ability was a bit familiar. He concentrated on it and read, ability, mantle of darkness, ability description, darkness embraces this shadow. When surrounded by darkness, and true darkness more so, her swiftness and might will increase. Her wounds will be healed and her heart will grow fuller. Sonny blinked a couple of times. Well, that explains how she is so powerful right now. If there was one thing that Antarctica did not lack, it was darkness. Although the staging area was usually well lit, most tech nearby had been destroyed by the pulse of the opening gate. Saint was wreathed in shadows. The physical augmentation of the mantle of darkness seemed to be a formidable one, and combined with the embrace of his 4 shadows, it produced a truly terrific result. What made him especially happy was that Saint would also be able to heal herself from now on, at least when surrounded by darkness. That alone was an incredible boon. The last part of the description spoke of her heart, but the rune could also mean soul. Sonny suspected that it alluded to both the true darkness dwelling in Saint's heart and her essence, or whatever it was that the shadow used instead of essence. The point was that its replenishment rate would be increased. These abilities were very similar to what the Black Knight had possessed, with one serious caveat. Unlike the fallen devil of the ruined cathedral, his own ascended devil seemed to possess dual affinity, both to the shadows and to the elemental darkness. Those were supposed to be mutually exclusive, but were not in her case. It seemed that Saint's nature as a shadow led to a curious result. His graceful knight paradoxically enjoyed the favor of both mundane and true darkness. Recalling how harrowing his journey through the underground tunnel had been, Sonny could not help but feel envious. Interesting. Finally, he turned his gaze to the second of the 2 new abilities, Blade of Darkness. Ability description. The true darkness dwelling in this shadow's heart can be summoned in the form of a fearsome weapon, as long as the shadow has mastered the use of that weapon. The blade of darkness can slay those of flesh and those of spirit. It never dulls, never falters, and never breaks. Alternatively, the darkness can be summoned to augment a mundane weapon. Sonny smiled. So she fixed her sword herself in the end. The blade of darkness was a truly powerful ability indeed. Since Saint was a battle master and a weapon sage, she could wield any weapon with superb proficiency, which meant that the true darkness she was a vessel of could take any form. The dark weapon would be as strong as Saint was herself, growing stronger if Saint evolved again in the future. It was capable of killing both corporeal and incorporeal creatures. It could even be used to augment an existing weapon or a weapon-type memory, both making it more powerful and adding an elemental property to its attacks. All of it was simply amazing, and when Sonny gathered enough memories, he flinched when something thundered, sending a strong shockwave through the ground. Looking past the runes, Sonny saw a massive shape emerging from the gate. The Guardian had arrived. Somewhere beyond the wall, Sky Tide was still fighting the devouring cloud. The wall had been breached, and he had no idea if the other irregulars still lived. Master Jet was nowhere to be seen, and probably— No, don't think about it. She won't be so easily killed anyway. And lastly, Saint was standing her ground against a whole swarm of dreadful nightmare creatures, surrounded by nothing but enemies and carnage. Even as powerful as she had become, the force arrayed against her was still dire and overwhelming. Sonny let out a tortured sigh. Ah, no rest for the wicked. Struggling against pain and sickening weakness, he staggered to his feet and grabbed Nightmare, terrified that he might fall again. Then Sunny gazed at the gate and the tide of nightmare creatures flowing out of it. A strange countenance appeared on his face. "I might die, but I do require more memories, so I guess my greed is much greater than my fear." With that, he groaned and hoisted himself on the top of his black steed. It was time to join the fight. Erdiole's note. I decided to manually add this note from the author because of how special it seemed to him. Don't know if this event is only for privileged buyers, but fuck it. Check out his Discord during the date, maybe you get lucky. Author's note. Today, I published the 1000th chapter of Shadow Slave. It has been a long journey, and I am delighted to know that so many people enjoyed making it with me. The joy and pride I feel when looking at that beautiful number can only be compared to the dread I feel knowing that there is a couple thousand more chapters I still have to write. In honor of this milestone, the Shadow Slave community will be having a small celebration on July 10th. If you wish to join us, visit the Guilty Guild, our Discord server. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Cheers. Shadow Slave Audiobook by Kevin. Chapter 1001. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 19. Sunny realized that he would not be able to do a lot in this fight. But then again, he did not have to. Right now, his role was to support Saint and let his shadows do all the heavy lifting. Maybe that was how he was supposed to fight every battle, really. But sadly, fate rarely gave him such opportunities. In any case, there was one thing that he could do. Dismissing the sin of solace and the dying wish to get back a bit of essence, he summoned the shadow lantern instead. As soon as it manifested, Sunny tossed the lantern in the direction where the towering gate guardian, a monstrous arachnid wielding 6 weapons carved of bone, advanced on Saint. He did not have enough essence to sustain the divine memory's enchantment for long, but he did have enough to open its gate, unleashing a swarm of shadows onto the battlefield. The darkness enveloping it grew even deeper than it had been before. In the next moment, Sunny and Nightmare slammed into the crowd of the abominations. Crap, the rest of the battle was a hazy mayhem of violence. Sunny struggled to remain atop his black steed, lamenting that there had not been enough time to saddle it. At some point, he simply slid to the ground, using Nightmare's body to shield himself from the enemies. Not trusting himself to wield a weapon that demanded strength in his weakened state, Sunny summoned the Moonlight Shard instead. A beautiful chalice of white jade appeared in his other hand. Submerging the narrow blade of the ghostly stiletto into the black liquid, he used it to strike at the cracks in the enemy armor and finish off those abominations that Nightmare had wounded with his fangs, horns, and steel hooves. At some point, other soldiers and awakened joined the fight. More nightmare creatures emerged from the gate, and more humans threw themselves into the meat grinder to stop the enemy from reaching the streets of the city. Their resistance was desperate and haphazard, but for now, at least, they held the tide of abominations back. Beyond the wall, obscured by the hideous rift of the Nightmare Gate, the sky was painted white by lightning. Sunny knew that they were going to win when the spell whispered into his ear, its voice drowning out the sounds of the battle. "You have slain a corrupted devil, Silkway Archon. Your shadow grows stronger." Staggering back, he let out a relieved sigh and glanced in the direction where Saint had been fighting the gate guardian. The creature lay sprawled on the ground, its limbs severed and its massive body cleaved apart. His shadow was standing above it, her black blade already seeking another target. Saint's armor was battered, and there were thin streams of fine ruby dust flowing from the breaches. However, wreathed in darkness, her body seemed to be healing already. Without ever slowing down, she shook the dark blood off her sword and dashed forward to face a new enemy. With the gate guardian slain, the scales of battle slowly started to tip in favor of humans. Sunny was not of much use, but with Saint and Nightmare rampaging amidst the abominations, Dealing with them was not an insurmountable task. And then, almost abruptly, the battle was over. Sonny leaned tiredly on a piece of rubble, observing the scene of utter slaughter. His armor was bloodied, but his body was nearly devoid of wounds. Most had been healed by the dying wish, and the rest were repaired by the living stone. Having a magical shell reinforcing his skin was very handy. He still felt terrible, though. Around him, awakened and mundane soldiers were busy building improvised barricades around the gate. The first wave of abominations might have been destroyed, but more could emerge from the rift at any moment. A few of them suddenly froze, staring at a menacing black figure that had emerged from the darkness into the dim light. Saint's eyes burned with demonic crimson light, and her onyx armor was glistening, awash in the blood of the arachnid warriors. She looked both graceful and terrifying. One of the soldiers raised his rifle with trembling hands, but the other suddenly shouted, his eyes wide. "Mongrel!" "It's Lord Mongrel!" A hum of voices soon rose above the barricade. "Mongrel is in Falcon Scott. He killed the gate guardian, it was him." "It's clearly a she, you idiot." "Thank you, Lady Mongrel. We're saved." Ignoring them, Saint passed between the invigorated soldiers indifferently, the broken oath long dismissed. She approached Sonny and froze, looming above him like a beautiful monument of darkness. Her ruby eyes stared at him intently. Unaccustomed to craning his neck to look at Saint, Sonny awkwardly cleared his throat. Great job out there. You really saved my skin." She lingered for a few moments, slowly raised her hand, and poked him in the cheek with a finger. Then Saint tilted her head slightly as if studying him. Her ruby eyes betrayed a hint of some unknown emotion, making Sonny blink. "What is happening?" Without saying anything. "Of course." The taciturn shadow then took a step back and turned away, looking at the gate. However, she seemed strangely pleased. Sonny blinked a few more times, then rubbed his cheek. All right." Was it because of the marble shell? He shook his head, knowing that there was no time to waste pondering the weird occurrence. Maybe he imagined the whole thing. "Anyway, I have to go. Stay here in case more nightmare creatures emerge, and don't let any of them escape into the city. I'll leave Nightmare with you." Sonny had to find out if the battle against the devouring cloud was over. Whether there were more gates that had opened within the city. How his men were doing. Most importantly, he had to find Master Jet. Leaving the gloomy shadow with Saint, he wrapped the other three around his body, grimaced, and started walking. Despite the fact that there were no physical wounds on his body, Sonny still felt hurt. Every step was a struggle. But what else was new? Whispering quiet curses, he summoned the cruel sight to use as a walking stick and headed deeper into the staging area. Chapter 1002. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 20. Sonny did not have to wander the stretch of the staging area that had been ruined by the destruction of the wall for long. It was a mess, with broken prefab buildings laying shattered and broken, buried under piles of alloy debris. Finding anyone here would have been a challenge. Before he allowed himself to drown in dark thoughts, however, a familiar black beard appeared from above and landed on a bent steel beam protruding from the ground nearby. The crow waved its wings, clearly agitated and cawed. "Jet, Jet!" Sonny let out a shaky breath, feeling a lot of relief. If the echo was still here, Soul Reaper couldn't be dead. He took a step toward the bird and asked, "Where is she?" Instead of answering, the crow flew away, landed on a communication relay a dozen meters away, and looked back expectantly. In this way, the echo led Sonny to Master Jet. After finding her, Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Then he coughed. "Well, that was not what I expected to see." Jet was hanging upside down, her body caught in the jagged mess of torn alloy beams. One of them was piercing her abdomen like a hook, and her arm was caught between two others. Despite the ghastly situation, there was a calm and slightly annoyed expression on Soul Reaper's face. "Yeah, well, care to help me get down? I can do it myself, of course, but I would prefer for my insides to remain on the inside for a little bit longer." She could probably free herself. Simple alloy would not have held back a master for long. But with how thoroughly trapped Jet was, ripping herself off the hook would have probably exacerbated her wounds by a lot. Not everyone had the lineage of a tenacious demon to help them recover and skin as hard as enchanted marble. Sunny studied the tangled mess of alloy beams, then floated up with the help of the dark wing, and carefully pulled Master Jet off the jagged hook. The quiet hiss, she slid off the bloodied alloy and fell down, landing softly on her feet. Arg, damn it! Jet clutched her abdomen with a grimace and then slowly straightened. Sunny landed nearby and looked at her with concern. Are you going to be all right? Instead of answering, Soul Reaper spat a mouthful of blood, then looked at him with a dark smile. Her teeth were all painted red, so the smile was not very reassuring. Don't worry about it. I am a very sturdy girl, woman, whatever. The point is, it will be as good as new in a couple of days, even without a healer. Sunny scratched the back of his head, then hesitated for a few moments. Eventually, he said, I was afraid that you died. Master Jet laughed, then winced and clutched her wound tighter. Died? That's the last thing you should be afraid of. Believe me, Sunny, I won't die on this god-forsaken continent. It's impossible. He shook his head at her bravado, then sighed. All right. Do you want me to tell you how the battle went? Soul Reaper waved her hand. Crow saw it. Good job handling the gate. I am a bit embarrassed that I wasn't there to help. There are several others that opened either near or within the city. All of them were contained, it's just this particular one that was an unpleasant surprise. The devouring cloud also seems to have retreated for now. She frowned. You observed it too, right? Sunny nodded with a dark expression. A new tyrant must have risen from within the swarm. The damned leeches were acting too purposefully. Master Jet used his shoulder for support and pulled him forward. They slowly walked through the ruins of the staging area, looking like two cripples. Yeah, that is why the devouring cloud pulled away before being destroyed. It will probably be back later. Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. Gods, there are so many priority targets converging on the city. I hoped that we would destroy at least one today. He glanced at Jet, his eyes tired. So what do we do now? She simply shrugged. Go find our people, rest, recover, prepare to repeat the whole thing tomorrow. Indeed, what else was there to do? Life was a constant struggle. Since the wall was broken now, they had to find an elevator that would take them to the proper side of the breach. Even worse, the pulse of the gate had destroyed a lot of fine machinery, so finding a working platform was not easy. Eventually, however, they made it to the top of the defensive barrier and returned to the position of the irregulars. The first one they saw was Winter, who sat tiredly on the alloy surface of the battlement, her eyes hidden once again behind the sunglasses. A thin crack ran through one of the lenses. Hearing their steps, she turned her head slightly. A pale smile appeared on her face. The heroes return. You too look like crap. Master Jet scoffed, which caused her to wince once again. Thanks for the compliment. Sunny helped her sit down, then looked around, searching for his cohort. Noticing the towering figure of Dorn a dozen or so meters away, he breathed out heavily with relief and asked, his voice almost devoid of tension, So how did it go? Do we have any casualties? Winter did not respond, prompting him to look down. Her face was uncharacteristically somber. Sunny felt something cold brush against his heart. What? The ascended archer sighed, then looked down. About that, I'm sorry, Sunny, things were a bit chaotic back there. He remained motionless for a while, then turned away and silently headed toward where he had seen Dorn. As Sunny approached, he mentally counted Dorn, Bell, Luster, Kim, Samara. When he reached the cohort, they turned to him, their faces pale and grim. Kim's eyes were glistening and she avoided looking directly at him. Luster was the first one to speak, his tone subdued. Captain, we. Sunny cut him off. Show me. They stepped aside, revealing the figure of Quentin, who was laying on the cold alloy with his eyes closed. Sunny discovered himself taking a few steps forward and kneeling beside the gallant healer. His face was calm, and his body seemed untouched except for a shallow wound on the side of his head. His chest was rising and falling, which meant that Quentin was still alive. He had not been killed. He had just lost consciousness. However, it did not matter. Sonny closed his eyes. Quentin had lost consciousness near an active gate, which meant that his soul was stolen away by the call. He had been thrown into an unexplored, dire region of the dream realm, surrounded by numerous nightmare creatures and abominations so vile that words could not describe them. His only chance of survival was to fight his way to a seed, challenge it, and conquer the second nightmare alone. For all intents and purposes, Quentin was already dead. A few hours later, Sonny discovered himself alone in the Rhino. The area surrounding the military barracks was quiet and the interior of the app was dark. He sat on his bed, unmoving, his eyes like two pools of darkness. He was cold. It is what it is. War was like that. People died all the time. Sonny had sent many to their deaths himself. He was not new to losing soldiers, and yet he was weak. His body and soul were both in pain because of the brush with the nightmare gate, but somehow his heart hurt much worse. There was a lot for him to do. Feeding Saint, continuing his attempts to weave a memory from the devil's needle. However, Sonny felt unwilling to move, or maybe incapable. He just sat silently and stared into the darkness. After some time, his communicator lit up. He gazed at it, then slowly brought the screen to his face. There was a new message from Rain. Rain, hey, Sonny. It is really hard to imagine that it is winter in Antarctica and that the night there lasts for many months, and that aurora thing you described. I gazed it up on the network and wow, it's so pretty. There's nothing like that in NQSC. Well, we can hardly even see stars here because of the light pollution and the air being full of dust. However, the weather is warm and the nights are short, so I won't complain. You stay warm, too. Nothing really interesting happened to me. Did anything interesting happen to you? How are you doing? I hope everything is all right. Sonny remained motionless for a while, staring at the screen. Then he closed his eye for a moment, took a deep breath, and started writing a response. Sonny, hey, Rain, lots of interesting things happened to me, of course. I am one of the most interesting people in two whole worlds after all. Didn't you know? I am doing great too. I mean, all things considered. Since I am such a dashing and heroic figure, people go around giving me sandwiches, medals, and the like. So, Sonny paused for a few seconds, then briefly wiped his eyes and continued. Life is pretty sweet. Chapter 1003. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 21. Hold, you wretches. A mass of nightmare creatures was advancing through a city street, mere meters away from slamming into a makeshift barricade formed by the hulking frames of firing MWPs. The surface of the road was broken and melted, and the ruins of the surrounding buildings were enveloped in flames. Leaping off a slowly collapsing roof, Sonny plummeted down and landed between the abominations. The emerald blade of the Sin of Solace moved, sending fountains of blood into the air. He dashed sideways, dodging a stream of bullets, and groaned. It was already the second week of the siege, but the damage done to his body and soul by the nightmare gate was slow to heal. Sonny shrugged off the pain and called upon the shadows, erecting a black wall of them to block off the street. Flamethrowers. The pilots of the MWPs did not stop firing their mass drivers, but long streams of orange-red fire shot from their wrists over the wall. Sonny danced between the flames, circulating his energy to activate the underworld armament. The effect of the memory of fire was enhanced, elevating his elemental resistance even higher. The nightmare creatures were not that lucky. While he dealt with the head of the swarm, Bell and Dorn attacked its tail from the flanks. A sharp sword and a heavy sledgehammer made short work of the frenzied abominations, and at the same time, charged tungsten rounds flashed from a nearby dormitory tower, slaying the most dangerous targets without fail. Caught between the hammer and the anvil, the swarm swiftly melted. The last one to die was a hideous creature with hardy scales covering its reptilian body. Sonny simply struck the abomination with the edge of his palm, turning it as heavy as a boulder and as hard as stone. The reptile's skull shattered, disintegrating into a disgusting rain of blood and bone. Even before the heavy body touched the ground, the spell was already whispering, "You have slain an awakened monster-scaled prowler. You have received a memory." His eyes glinted. Another memory. Wiping his hand with a revolted expression, Sonny looked around. Luster and Kim appeared on a nearby roof, signaling that none of the creatures escaped. He let out a sigh of relief. The situation was under control. After the ill-fated battle with the devouring cloud, the pressure on the defenders of Falcon Scott had steadily increased. The fact that there was a giant breach in the wall did not help things one bit. Eventually, the defensive barrier had been broken through in 2 more places, forcing the First Army to evacuate civilians deeper into the city and create a secondary ring of defense on the empty streets. The topography of the siege was not simple anymore. Humans still held the wall, deflecting most of the nightmare creatures from its height. But now, various sections of the Great Barrier were separated, almost turning into independent fortresses. A detachment of soldiers was tasked with defending the breaches from the ground. They mostly managed to prevent the nightmare creatures from breaking through the barricades into the city, even if the rate of casualties among the ground crews was much higher. However, some monstrosities still reached the streets from time to time. Sonny had just dealt with one of these invading swarms. That's the 4th one today. Not a good sign. He bent in a painful hacking fit, feeling a sickening weakness permeate his body once again. After a while, the coughing subsided, and Sonny remained motionless for a few moments, breathed hoarsely and waiting for the weakness to subside. Soon it was gone, and all that remained was a gnawing pain in his chest. Damnation! He straightened and glanced at his people, who were making their way through the burning carnage of the destroyed city street. Once they reached him, everyone except Samara, who was still in her sniper nest on top of the empty dormitory tower, Sonny glanced at Kim and asked, "Any updates from Soul Reaper?" She nodded. "Yes, Sir Master Dale pushed the enemy back, reclaiming control over Breach C. We are ordered to stand down and rest. Our next shift starts in 16 hours. Sonny tiredly rubbed his face. 16 hours, huh? Either Army Command is feeling generous or they expect real trouble tomorrow. Well, all the more reason to make sure that we're fresh and full of essence. Signal Sam to come down and retreat to the barracks." He studied his soldiers for a moment, making sure that none of them was wounded. Without a healer in the cohort, recovering between battles had become somewhat tricky. It demanded outside help, at least. Fortunately, the members of the cohort were unscathed. He nodded, letting them go, and turned around. The MWPS stood motionless, the incandescent barrels of their guns glowing in the gloom. The coolant liquid was dripping down, evaporation into clouds of haze. Some pilots had opened the cockpits, sitting on the doors of the hatches with tired expressions on their faces. They would retreat inside soon, chased back into the overheated war machines by smoke and the smell of charred corpses. But for now at least, the soldiers were enjoying the short moment of respite in the coldness of the never-ending night. Noticing Sonny, one of the pilots raised a hand and made it into a fist. Sonny returned the stalwart salute and then silently walked away. A few minutes later he stumbled, grabbing a wall in a dark and isolated alley. The divine sword of solace whispered, mocking him, but it was not too hard to suppress the hateful voice these days. Sonny rested for a few moments and then took a step back. Saint emerged from the shadows, as silent and menacing as ever. Nightmare joined her, moonlight glinting on his adamantine horns. Sonny sighed and summoned the overpriced saddle. Fastening its straps on the black stallion, he glanced at the 2 shadows and said, "You know what to do. I'll return in 16 hours. Be cautious today. Chances are we'll have to go all out tomorrow." Saint nodded indifferently, then mounted the dark destrier and outstretched a hand. Sonny placed the hilt of the divine sword of solace into it, at the same time sending 2 of his phantoms forth. Then he watched the taciturn knight leave as she headed in the direction of the wall. These days, the 2 of them worked in shifts. If the Devil of Antarctica was not defending Falcon Scott, the Guardian Angel of Antarctica did. Millions of people had already been evacuated from the doomed city, but millions more remained. The siege capital could not be allowed to fall yet. Sonny coughed some more, uttered a quiet curse, and walked in the opposite direction of where Saint had left. Chapter 1004. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 22. As he walked through the empty streets, Sonny breathed in the cold winter air and tried to calm his wildly beating heart. He should not have been that fatigued, but he was. The strange ailment tormenting him had become less severe in the last couple of days, however. It was not gone yet. "All curse it," Sonny grimaced, then noticed a group of soldiers ahead and forced himself to put on the mask of a confident commander. Mundane humans looked up to masters, and if they saw one walking around with hollow eyes and a troubled expression, their morale would suffer. He had never thought that being preoccupied with concerns about people's morale would become something he bothered with, yet here he was. As Sonny walked closer, he heard bits and pieces of their conversation. "I saw Mongrel fight yesterday. Gods, he truly is a fiend. My whole unit would have been dead if not for him. I wish I could thank the man. But he is definitely not from the First Army. Maybe he's a legacy from a local Antarctica clan. No, haven't you heard the rumors? Mongrel is that master from the first irregular company, the Devil. You lost your damn mind, fool. Mongrel is like 2 meters tall, while Master Sunless is on the shorter side. Believe me, I saw them side by side the day the wall was first breached. Also, Mongrel is definitely a woman." "Yeah, I saw it too. She even caressed his cheek." "Well, more like poked it. Wait. Guys, do you think there's something going on between them? You are all idiots. Mongrel is obviously several people." Usually, hearing such conversations amused Sonny, but this time he remained detached and indifferent. The soldiers grew silent when he approached, straightened, and then bowed respectfully. He nodded at them in passing and continued on his way, uncaring. But that reminds me." Sonny summoned the runes and glanced at the description of Saint. Shadow fragments, 185/200. So close. With the 2 memories he received today, one from an awakened monster, the other from a fallen beast, the counter would increase by 2 fragments, bringing it to 187. From here, he only needed 13 more for Saint to transcend. He was somewhat pressed for time, but also had a few of his personal memories that could be sacrificed to accelerate the process. Things were still going according to plan. It's the weaving that is the problem. I feel like I am almost there, but the Midnight Shard is still giving me trouble. Too risky. Sonny pondered the intricacies of the spellweave, grimacing when the thundering clamor of the distant battle grew especially loud and made it harder to think. Gradually, the noise became quieter, although it never went away entirely. Sonny passed through the barricades, left the secondary defense ring, and entered the crowded streets of Falcon Scott. Despite the fact that numerous civilians had to be relocated deeper into the city, the signs of overpopulation were not as dire as one could have expected. The naval convoy had been busy ferrying the refugees across the strait, after all. By now, somewhere around 80 million people had already been transported to the relative, extremely safety of eastern Antarctica. It almost looked as though Army Command's plan was working. Seeing actual proof that all his efforts were not in vain made Sonny feel a little better. Up ahead, a crowd of refugees was waiting in line to receive rations. He studied it for a moment, noticing a familiar figure handing out packs of synth paste at the front. Sunny smiled a little, then headed in that direction. As he walked closer, the person growled without looking up, "You better not be cutting the line, bah." Then Bate looked up and blinked a couple of times. "Oh, Sunny, what are you doing here?" he shrugged. "On my way back from the wall." She called one of the other volunteers to switch with her, then led him aside to a humming heat projector. Bate stopped in front of it, shivering and rubbing her hands together. "How was your day?" Sunny remained silent for a bit, not knowing how to answer. "Hectic." The young woman peeked at him and scoffed. "A man of few words are you now?" Sunny dismissed again. "How is the old man? Did you guys receive placement in the queue yet?" Bates sighed. "No, people say that another ship went down in the strait, so many placements were postponed again. As for Professor, he is doing fine. The Army got him consulting on how to upgrade the communication array, so he has something to do at least." She looked at him questioningly. "Are you coming over today?" Sunny hesitated, then slowly shook his head. "No, there's a lot I have to do. Also, my gut tells me that tomorrow will be a tough day. Your dormitory is away from the wall, but still, be careful. Well, you know the drill." The young woman turned back to the heat projector. Yeah. Then she suddenly opened the bag hanging over her shoulder, scrounged in it, and took out a tube of toothpaste. "Here, you forgot this last time." Sunny blinked a couple of times. "I did not forget it. I left it for you because I know that the supply chain is in shambles." Bate tilted her head and looked at him fiercely. "You think I can't get us some toothpaste?" Sunny laughed. "I mean, if you are so principled, then why are you not returning 2 cans of coffee I left in your dormitory as well?" The young woman looked down, her cheeks turning slightly red. "That? What cans of coffee? I haven't seen anything of the sort." Sunny nodded a couple of times and gently pushed the toothpaste away. Okay. Anyway, I'll try to drop by soon. If you do find that coffee, please enjoy it." He farewelled Bate an awkward farewell and strolled away, feeling slightly refreshed. Here in the city proper, public transportation was still functioning. There were military vehicles rolling down the streets as well. It did not take him long to reach the barracks. Entering the Rhino, Sunny gazed around, his gaze pausing on one of the closed sleeping pods. Then he strolled to the back of the app, hauled the Devil's Needle from its place on the floor of the armory, and sighed. 15 hours left, but I probably should sleep for at least a couple. Shaking his head, he got to work. Chapter 1005, The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 23. Sunny did not recall falling asleep, but he was woken up by someone banging on the hatch of the Rhino. Sitting up, he looked around and realized that he must have passed out while studying the weave of the Midnight Shard. The austere takai was still laying on the holographic table, glinting as if to mock him. He had almost solved the problem. That elusive element of the weave was almost isolated, but too. As someone banged on the hatch once again, making the massive app shake a little, Sunny flinched, rubbed his face, and went to the hatch. "Coming? Who the hell?" He opened the hatch and froze, swallowing the rest of his irritated shout. "Oh, Master Jet, good morning." She glanced at him with amusement. "Technically, it's evening. Go wipe the drool off your face and come out, Sunny. We've been summoned to attend a meeting." He frowned, then threw an angry look at the gloomy shadow, which was hiding in the darkness not too far away. The bastard was supposed to warn him if anything approached, protecting Sunny from a sudden attack or from embarrassing himself in theory. The shadow shrugged innocently and looked away. Shaking his head, Sunny returned inside and quickly washed his face. A couple of minutes later, he left the app and closed the hatch behind him. Since Soul Reaper mentioned that he had to come out, they were most likely heading for the complex that the local branch of the 1st Army Command used as headquarters. It was only a short distance from the barracks. Indeed, Jet walked in that direction, with Sunny following as he looked around with sleepy eyes. A few moments later, he asked, "What is the meeting about?" She shrugged. "We'll find out. All I know is that White Feather wants to see us." "White Feather, huh? The two of them made their way to the army headquarters but then walked past it, approaching a heavily fortified compound instead. Winter and Dale were already waiting for them near the gates, looking as ragged and fatigued as Sunny. He greeted them. "I heard you retook Breach C yesterday. Must have been a tough fight." Dale simply shrugged. "Not really. We still hold both sections of the wall above the breach, so all I had to do was persuade the abominations to stay put until the garrison forces shredded them with ranged weapons." He remained silent for a moment and then added, "Things would have been much worse if they were better climbers, though." Sunny nodded somberly. Together, they entered the compound and were led to a spacious room on one of the underground levels. There, two people were waiting for them. Master Roan was standing in front of a false window, studying the projected image of the night sky. His face was painted ghostly green by the ethereal tapestry of the swirling aurora. St. Tyrus was motionless, sitting in an imposing chair with her back held straight. Sunny had not seen Sky Tide in a while, at least in her human form. She looked battered. Her elegant armor was bent and broken, white steel marred by dried blood. Her hair, which had once fallen down like a cascade of pale gold, now looked lifeless and bleak. Her dazzlingly beautiful face was pale, blackened by ugly bruises. It seemed that holding the winter beast back was taking a toll on the transcendent of the White Feather clan. Her expression was still aloof and stern, however, and her amber eyes burned with the same fierce, cold resolve. Master Roan turned at the sound of the steps. "Ah, ascended Jet, ascended Winter, ascended Dale, Sunless, welcome." "Sorry for the sudden invitation." Sunny noticed black circles under the handsome man's eyes. Roan was acting uncharacteristically subdued, his usual charisma gone. That did not bode well. Master Jet waved a hand. "War waits for no one. What did you want to discuss?" Roan smiled slightly. "Straight to business. Well, it is for the best. There is not much time to prepare." He walked away from the false window and stopped beside Sky Tide, then gestured at the holographic projection in front of them. On it, the map of the surrounding area disappeared, replaced by the blurry image of a grotesque creature. Leathery wings, lean body with 6 segmented legs, a tail that ended with a long, jagged stinger, and 3 long necks, each ending in a harrowing circular maw. The abominations looked like a mix between a wyvern, a worm, and a scorpion. It was large, formidable, and utterly hideous. Our scouts have confirmed that the devouring cloud has produced a new tyrant. A fallen one, but still a dire threat to the survival of the city. The creature mostly hides within the swarm, controlling it from behind. Winter cursed. "Yeah, we figured as much after the last time." Master Roan slowly nodded. "It is our priority to eliminate the tyrant. The devouring cloud will descend on Falcon Scott today. You will be the blade to strike its puppeteer down." The irregulars glanced at each other. After a short pause, Jet asked, "How do you know that the swarm will come?" Roan scowled slightly, but before he could answer, St. Tyrus suddenly spoke, "Because our clan will lure it here." The 4 ascended grew silent, looking at her incredulously. Sky Tide met their gazes with a calm expression, her face as motionless as ever. Somewhat stunned by that confession, Sunny asked, "Why the hell would you do that?" Sky Tide inhaled deeply, then turned away. "Goliath draws near. We have to eradicate other threats before he comes. If they attack together, you can imagine the devastation. The window of opportunity grows narrower with each day, so we can't passively wait for the devouring cloud to return anymore. So Roan and other awakened warriors of my clan will lure it here, today." She glanced at the irregulars, studied them for a few moments, and added, "Ascended Winter will contain the swarm. Roan will bring the tyrant down. The 3 of you will make sure that the creature never takes flight again. That is the battle plan." Sunny smiled darkly. "What if Winter fails to hold back the swarm? What if Roan fails to isolate the tyrant? What if the 3 of us fail to kill it in time?" St. Tyrus gazed at him for a while, her amber eyes both beautiful and cold. Then she uttered simply, "Don't fail." Master Jet laughed. Shaking her head, she patted Sunny on the shoulder and walked toward the projection of the fallen tyrant. "All right, I like that plan. Let's discuss the details." The discussion did not take long. Soon, the irregulars uttered their goodbyes to Sky Tide and headed to the exit, each in a hurry to prepare for the coming battle. Sunny, however, stayed back after a bit of hesitation. When there were only 3 of them left in the room, Sky Tide, Roan, and him, Sunny, peeked at the battered Transcendent with a complicated expression. After a few moments, he said, "You must have heard that another of Valor's saints was killed." Saint Tyrus gaped at him silently, not saying anything. Sunny tilted his head a little. "You and I have helped that monster escape from the Night Temple. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead and Mordred would have still been contained. Do you regret saving me now that he is out there slaughtering people?" Sky Tide remained motionless for a bit, then trembled her head. "No." A pale smile appeared on Sunny's face. "Why?" she sighed. "Years ago, when the young Prince of War came to the Chained Isles, I offered him my hospitality. Like any other awakened, he was under my protection, roaming the dream realm in search of something, much like you did. When Valor plotted to ambush and eliminate him, I followed orders and did nothing to prevent it. I have carried the shame of that wrongdoing ever since." He pondered her words for a few moments. "They had a very good reason to get rid of him, though. That guy is like a nightmare creature. There's not much human left in him." Saint Tyrus gazed him in the eye, her beautiful face expressionless. "Is it worth it to do the wrong thing for the right reason? No. Life is unpredictable and the future is unclear. All we can strive for is to act according to our principles and do what we consider right. The rest doesn't matter." Sunny gazed around, his gaze lingering on the traces of dried blood on Sky Tide's armor. His eyes turned dark. "Doing the right thing is what got you and your clan banished to this hellhole." She gazed at the false window, where the image of the night sky was projected. A full moon was shining on its velvet expanse, surrounded by the lights of the ghostly aurora. A hint of some deep, hidden emotion appeared on Sky Tide's beautiful face. After a while, she said, "The sky is suffocating here, but other than that, this is precisely where I wanted to be." Sunny lingered for a few moments, then bowed slightly to Master Roan and silently strode away. He had to prepare for battle. Chapter 1006. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 24, standing on the battlement and peering into the cold darkness beyond. Sunny had a contemplative expression on his face. The wind smelled of snow as it played with his black hair, which had grown a bit too long by now. Pale moonlight permeated the air, failing to reach the ravaged land. Winter and Dale were sitting nearby, leaning on alloy parapet of the wall and sharing a flask. The 2 captains seemed calm, one in her usual relaxed manner, the other solemn and staid. As the contents of the flask ran out, Winter sighed and looked at Sunny. "You seem terribly serious today." He lingered for a moment, then shrugged. "Just thinking about stuff." She did not press, content to rest with her eyes hidden behind the cracked sunglasses. Sunny felt strangely thoughtful after his conversation with Saint Tyrus. He was not sure that he agreed with her uncompromising views, but there was one thing Sky Tide had said that was unquestionably true. Life was, indeed, unpredictable. Take his own relationship with the Steely Saint. Sunny did not know Saint Tyrus very well or share any of her principles, but he found himself respecting the stern Transcendent a great deal. He liked Master Roan, too. The 3 of them even shared some history. Several years ago, Sunny had held nothing but contempt toward legacies. He had regarded them as arrogant, dangerous, and hateful people, someone who did not deserve the unfair privileges bestowed upon them by nothing except for birthright. Who would have thought that he would come to value and admire some of them, one day? Take Cassie, too. When she surrendered his secret to Nephi's on the Forgotten Shore, Sunny had thought that it was the darkest moment of his life. And yet, if she had not made that choice, he would have stayed behind a sleeper. Sonny had no way of knowing if he would have survived the same journey-changing star had. What he did know, though, was that Rain would have been dead if not for his return. If Sonny had not been there to hold back the tide of nightmare creature advancing on her school, his sister would have been ripped apart by the rampaging abominations. There were too many instances like that to count. Life was unpredictable, and no one could predict the twists and turns of fate, except for Weaver, perhaps. Even oracles like Cassie could only see glimpses of it, blind to the context and powerless to change the outcome. So where did it leave him? The same place where I started, I guess. An ignorant fool struggling against something he could not even comprehend. Antarctica, at least, was terribly straightforward. With a sigh, Sonny moved strands of hair away from his eyes and sat down near Winter and Dale. His hands were aching for a simple fight. How much more do we have to wait, damn it? Dale peeked at him with a smile so faint that it was almost non-existent. Rest while you can. You'll be regretting that this calm did not last longer very soon. Sonny grimaced and looked away, staring at a squad of soldiers that marched by. The soldiers were acting a bit strange, sticking painstakingly to the better illuminated parts of the battlement and hastening their steps in the darker areas. Their faces were glum and nervous. He frowned. "What's up with them?" Winter turned her head slightly, studying the soldiers. Haven't you heard the rumors?" Sonny thought for a moment, then shook his head. "What rumors?" the ascended archer chuckled. "You should really come out of your apt more often, you know. Well, anyway. There are a lot of scary stories spreading among the refugees these days, one more nonsensical than the other. The latest story is that there is a shadow wraith stalking the city, hiding somewhere in the darkness. Apparently, it lures people away from light, never to be seen again." She took a deep breath and then added in a more somber tone, "Although maybe there's some truth to that one. Soldiers are not usually easily spooked, but as you can see, they are on edge. Too many disappearances lately." Sonny frowned. In a city of 200 million, there were bound to be some disappearances, especially with the nightmare spell infecting people left and right. However, he felt concerned. A shadow wraith that was right up his alley, no. There could also be a different explanation for the increased number of disappearances. The terror of Low 49 was known to start its meals in just that manner. In any case, he sensed some unease. A shadow creature, I don't know. They're extremely rare. I only ever met one in the wild, and even that was inside a nightmare. I'm not sure if any survived to this day. Well, there was that one little bastard who got a chunk of his flesh. Did scavengers need to devour a corpse to inherit new abilities, or would any piece of flesh suffice? What were the chances of the vile gremlin developing an affinity to shadows? Dale simply shrugged. If there is something strange going on, Army Command should already be investigating. Since we weren't officially informed, either the rumors are baseless, or the incidents are not serious enough to inform the irregulars. Regardless, we should concentrate on the task at hand. As if on cue, there was the sound of light steps and Master Jet approached from further along the wall. The members of her cohort, now fewer than before, followed. She looked around briefly, then said, "I've just received the word. Roan and his people are approaching. The devouring cloud is in a frenzy. Do not know what they did, but it worked. Prepare yourself." The rest of the defending force seemed to have got the same news. All along the southern stretch of the wall, a flurry of activity commenced. Soldiers were checking their weapons for the last time. Awakened were summoning their memories. Rail gun crews were hurriedly finishing maintenance procedures and hauling crates of tungsten rounds closer to the feeding mechanisms. Thousands of turrets came alive, turning their twin barrels toward the sky. Sonny rose and stretched, breathing in the cold winter air. Looking at the members of his cohort, he grinned. Same arrangement as the last time. Hopefully no actually never mind. I'm not saying it aloud. Just do well and do not die. Chapter 1007, The Fall of Falcon Scott, 25. Pretty soon, the distant horizon turned hazy with a myriad of flying horrors. The scene was eerily familiar. The only difference from their last attempt to destroy the devouring cloud was that, today, the landscape was illuminated by pale moonlight, and that there were a few less irregulars standing watch on the wall. Sunny silently observed Winter, who was preparing to unleash hell. Once again, she was surrounded by several mysterious memories, and once again, a cohort of Awakened used their aspects to augment her powers. He stood several distance away in the company of Master Jet and Dale. None of the three were going to participate in the ranged barrage, conserving their potency for the sortie to hunt down and kill the tyrant. The atmosphere was tense, but not as oppressive as the first battle against the harrowing swarm. On the alloy battlement in front of them, a man in leather armor was sitting with his eyes closed, meditating. The falling snowflakes swirled in strange ways around him, as if following invisible paths. He was one of Dale's Awakened, and someone of whom Sunny knew the man possessed the ability to open stable spatial rifts, and had been one of the candidates he had considered when assembling the cohort. Since no one knew where the tyrant was going to fall after having its wings cut by Roan, the strike team would need to get around the perimeter of the wall fast. If Roan succeeded, gods. Hearing Dale's quiet whisper, Sunny observed south and saw arcs of thunderbolt dancing deep within the distant swarm. His face paled a little. There, inside it, it seemed that Roan and the Awakened of the White Feather clan were leading the devouring cloud to the city with the smell of their own blood. Suddenly, the task of slaying the tyrant of the swarm seemed even heavier than before. So what? Nothing changed. Sunny had some contingencies, at least. Saint and Nightmare were currently guarding one of the breaches in the wall. Should the three masters prove inadequate, his shadows would help them reach and kill the broodmother of the swarm, or was it a father? Who cares? Sunny clenched his fists and watched as the horde of flying horrors swiftly drew closer to Falcon Scott. Soon, the city defense systems opened fire once again, and so did Winter. The mass of brood beasts obscured the sky, drowning out the light of the moon. In front of the swarm, a horde of nightmare creatures moved, seemingly as desperate to escape from it as humans would be. Caught between the devouring cloud and the wall of Falcon Scott, they launched themselves at the alloy barrier, dying in scores under the barrage of bullets and arrows. Somehow, today's battle felt more frenzied, more dire. Shrieks and howls of abominations fused with human shouts, all disappearing into the rustle of countless leathery wings. A dark expression appeared on Soul Reaper's face. Gripping her glaive, she said, "Hold, wait for the signal." At the moment, everything depended on Roan and his Awakened. They had to lure the tyrant forward and bring it to the ground so that the three elite Ascended of the irregular company could sortie out, find it, and finish the creature off once and for all before it escaped. Seconds passed, then minutes, but the promised indication was not coming. Sunny felt his nerves reaching a breaking point when a swift shadow suddenly fell from the sky. It was not a brood beast, however. Instead, it was a young Awakened woman wearing the white colors of her clan, her armor decorated with beautiful etchings of hawk feathers and marred with blood. Sunny remembered seeing her several times in the sanctuary, back when Sky Tide had still ruled over the Chained Isles. The young woman landed gracelessly on the battlement and staggered, barely keeping her balance. Then she observed around, took a step toward Master Jet, and stumbled. Dale caught and supported her, his face grim. Soul Reaper frowned. "What happened to sending us a signal? Where's the tyrant?" The young woman gritted her teeth and then said hoarsely, her voice full of ire, "Two. There's two of them." It took a few seconds for her words to register. Sunny cursed and observed at the dark mass of the swarm that obscured the sky. "Two tyrants? How does it make any sense?" Jet's face twitched. She stared at the young woman for a moment, then asked evenly, "So where are they?" The legacy leaned on Dale and turned slightly to face the devouring cloud. The signal, as if answering her words, two radiant spheres of light suddenly appeared in the distance, tearing through the darkness. One deep within the swarm across the killing field. The other, unexpectedly, was even further away, but in a different direction to the west of the city near the ocean. The devouring cloud had barely reached there. Her job done, the young woman from the white feather let out a sign and slumped, losing consciousness. Dale barked something, and one of his men, most likely the healer, took her off his hands. The three masters briefly glanced at each other. Master Jet uttered a swear that would have made Sunny blush if the situation was slightly less dire, and then smiled darkly. "I guess we are going to have to split up," she observed between the distant spheres of light, then sighed and moved her shoulders as if to loosen the muscles. "I'll take the southern one. Sunny, Night, you two go west and deal with the second tyrant." "Get it done." Sunny blinked a couple of times, then took a step forward. But she raised a hand, stopping him. "That's an order. No time to waste." With that, Jet began summoning a memory. Before the whirlwind of white sparks even manifested into reality, Soul Reaper was already moving, leaping over the parapet of the battlement to disappear into the haze of falling snow below. Sunny gritted his teeth. When he turned around, there was a shimmering portal in the air in front of him, leading to the point on the western wall not too distant from where the sphere of light still burned in the air. Dale was already heading toward it, his helmet weaving itself from light. Sunny followed. Before stepping into the spatial rift, however, he sent a mental command to Saint. Not a few seconds after Soul Reaper landed on the ravaged ground beyond of the killing field, a dark rider leaped through the breach in the wall and followed. Chapter 1008. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 26, stepping through the spatial rift, experienced no different from taking a mundane step. It was only a little bit disorienting, the sudden change of the landscape, the direction of the wind, the subtle shift in the tone of the firing armaments. For Sunny, it was especially so, because he could also feel that the shadows around him were entirely different. However, there was no time to waste on being confused. Forcing himself to focus, he followed Dale to the edge of the wall and peered down. Far below, there was a stretch of land flooded by attacking abominations, with brood beasts swarming above them, and behind those, the edge of a tall cliff that descended toward the shore. The dark expanse of the ocean stretched for as far as the eye could see, moonlight dancing on its restless black surface. The sphere of light was slowly growing dimmer as it burned somewhere above and beyond the cliff. Dale spoke, his voice sounding slightly muffled by the helmet. "We will have to fight our way through." Sunny nodded. "I'll clear the way, you follow." The sin of solace was already manifesting itself into his hand, and shadows were wrapped around his body, filling him with resilience and strength. The marble shell was augmented as well. Sunny lingered for a moment. "What about when we reach the tyrant? We can't allow it to escape, and with Master Jet gone." The stalwart master shook his head. "I'll trap it and us within the barrier. Then either the tyrant dies or we do. No one will escape." Sunny had already seen one of Dale's barriers, the one that allowed things to pass from within, but blocked everything coming from the outside. Today, he would see the second one, which functioned in reverse. More than that, he was going to be trapped inside that barrier with a damned fallen tyrant. If they wanted to be sure of the result, there was no better way. "Great. I'll be going then. Come down in a few seconds." Instead of summoning the dark wing, Sunny simply turned into a shadow, slid over the edge of the battlement, and swiftly glided down the surface of the wall. In a moment, he was already on the ground, emerging from the darkness with the jade giant whittling through the air. By the time Dale landed behind him, using some sort of rope memory, half a dozen abominations were already bleeding on the ground. The defenders on that section of the wall had already received orders to support their sortie, as well, shifting their fire to help the Ascended create a corridor through the mass of nightmare creature. Granted, They were spread too thin between the devouring cloud and the abominations attacking the wall in a desperate attempt to escape from the swarm, so the results were modest. At least Sonny did not have to worry about catching a tungsten round with his back. God damn, great. Sonny and Dale rushed forward, fighting their way through the tide of frenzied nightmare creatures. The stalwart master used his heater shield and heavy flanged mace to crush and break the abominations, flinging their bodies out of the way. Sonny simply cut through them, rendering the hideous body with the jade blade of the sin of solace. However, there were just too many enemies to kill. Even if Dale's plate armor easily shrugged off blow after blow, and Sonny could simply ignore most of the attacks that got through his defenses, the weight of the horde threatened to push them back. More than that, they were constantly accosted by the brood beasts from above, making it much harder to remain alive. For now, they had not met a creature powerful enough to be a lethal threat, which was a testament to how incredibly durable both masters were. But it was only a matter of time. Sonny growled and then called upon the shadows. Instantly, dark hands rose from the ground, grabbing the abominations and either throwing them aside or outright tearing their bodies to pieces. Black chains whipped in the air, obliterating lunging brood beasts. If you have a good memory or two, use them now. Dale bashed a leaping abomination with his shield, turning its body into bloody paste, and tore something off his belt. In the next moment there was a blinding flash, and then a sound akin to the roar of an angry dragon shook the world. Sonny smelled the carnage before he witnessed it. In front of them, a morbid path of charred corpses cut through the horde. Dale pushed Sonny forward and lunged into the momentary rift in the mass of nightmare creatures. That one has to accumulate charges for a long time. We won't be able to use it against the tyrant, Sonny snarled as he ran. We need to find the damned bastard first. Don't hold back. A few minutes of frenzied slaughter later, battered but alive, they reached the edge of the cliff and plunged down. Sonny had turned into a shadow once again, while Dale utilized an enchanted rope with a vicious hook tied to its end. The hook had been ruthlessly thrust into the flesh of an especially massive nightmare creature just a second before. Down on the stone beach, there were much fewer abominations. Some of them had already been cleaned to the bone by the brood beasts, while others were alive and full of murderous fury. Some distance away, Sonny could see the tall walls of the port fortress and the shapes of gargantuan ships resting on the waves. As he looked around in search of their prey, something flew from the darkness, forcing him to jump aside. It turned out to be a massive chunk of bleeding flesh that had been the torso of a nightmare creature seemingly only moments ago. Looking at where the chunk of flesh came from, Sonny witnessed a chilling sight. Out there ahead of them, halfway to the dark water, a towering being besieged by a mob of abominations. 6 segmented legs, a tail with a long stinger, torn and broken leathery wings, and 3 terrifying circular maws swaying on the ends of long necks. As he watched, one of the monstrosity's maws shot down, biting into the body of a powerful nightmare creature. With a violent twist, the creature came undone, rivers of blood and viscera spilling onto the cold stones. At the same time, the other 2 maws shredded a couple more abominations, swallowing large chunks of them whole. The tail's stinger shot forward with blinding speed, piercing another and pumping poison into its convulsing body. Sonny gazed at the macabre scene with dark resentment. Be careful of what you wish for, I guess. They had discovered the tyrant of the devouring cloud. Chapter 1009. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 27. As Sonny watched, the tyrant tore apart several more abominations, devouring their flesh with its 3 enormous maws. This creature, it was on par with the Lord of the Dead that Sonny had faced in the catacombs below the Dark City. Back then, he was merely a sleeper. Now, he was an ascended himself, and an abnormally powerful one at that. His loyal shadows were indisposed, but he was accompanied by Dale instead. There was no reason for this fight to be too hard, however. They had a big problem. The more nightmare creatures the tyrant killed and devoured, the more invigorated it seemed. The ghastly injuries on its wings were already healing, and very soon the monstrosity would be able to take flight again. Sonny could not allow that to happen. Glancing at Dale with a grave expression, he said, "It's now or never." Above them, a swarm of brood beasts separated from the dark mass of the devouring cloud, rushing down to protect their ruler. Dale nodded and silently lunged forward, closing in on the tyrant to trap the monstrosity and the two of them with it inside a barrier of shimmering energy. Sonny followed, cutting down several abominations that had tried to bar their passage. However, the towering monstrosity seemed to have sensed the advancing threat, or maybe grew tired of the relentless attacks by the other nightmare creatures. It suddenly jumped, soaring high into the air, its broken wings raising a powerful gale. The tyrant had not managed to stay in the air for long, at least not yet, but it succeeded in creating some distance between itself and the pursuers. Then, moving with stunning speed, it turned in the direction of the port fortress and ran. Sonny's eyes narrowed. Damnation. It only took him a split second to make a decision and shout, "I'll slow it down. Catch up as fast as you can and set up the barrier." With that, he left Dale behind and turned into a swift shadow. Flying with terrible speed across the stone beach, Sonny pursued the tyrant. The monstrosity barreled forward like a speeding train, its 6 legs turning countless stones into rubble and dust. Its wings were healing more and more. Close enough from the port fortress to be seen from its walls, Sonny finally overtook the monstrosity and jumped out of the shadow right in front of it. The sin of solace flashed, cutting one of the creature's limbs, and it toppled heavily to the ground. He barely managed to dodge the massive body, but in the next moment the tyrant's stinger was already shooting through the air, aimed at his heart. Ah! Sonny blocked the terrifying spiky spike with the flat of the jade giant, at the same time turning his body as heavy as he could. The impact pushed him back, his feet leaving 2 grooves in the stones. The monstrosity struggled to stand up, but a dozen jet-black hands rose from the ground, grabbing and pressing it down. 3 long necks of the tyrant twisted like snakes. 2 maws bit into the shadow hands, tearing them apart, while the third flew toward Sonny. Staring at the repulsive fleshy circle full of razor-sharp fangs, he shuddered and realized that the thing could swallow him whole. Sonny shifted his weight and dashed aside, narrowly dodging the maw, then lashed out with the sin of solace. As a bloody wound appeared on the abomination's neck, a ear-splitting wail slammed into him like a hammer. The shadows he had manifested were all but gone, and the tyrant was nowhere near being immobilized. Sonny could waste more essence creating shadow implements. Maybe even encase the monstrosity and himself in a large dome, but what he really needed to do was damage its wings. Sadly, the monstrosity was fiercely determined to protect them. As shortly as Sonny tried to get closer to the abomination's wings, its stinger, 3 maws, and 5 remaining legs all came after him. He scrambled to dodge the hurricane of attacks, dancing between them like a demented acrobat. Shards of stone and wet sand rose like a cloud into the air. Curse you! The tyrant's movements were growing more frenzied and chaotic. Its mind was being assaulted by the sinister whisper of the cursed sword. The effect of the charm was going to persist, too, driving the monstrosity utterly mad. Funnily enough, the same erratic behavior seemed to be repeating in the skies above them, where a large portion of the devouring swarm seemed to have lost a lot of its unnatural cohesion. They would only cease to be a threat to the city once both tyrants were dead, though. The massive abomination understood that there was something strange going on with its mind as well. It tried to disengage and lowered itself to the ground, as if preparing to jump again, only this time its wings might have been healed enough to allow the tyrant to fly. No! Before it could escape, however, A dome of shimmering energy suddenly appeared around them. The tyrant jumped, slammed into the roof of the dome, and plummeted back down. Heavily armored figure of Dale slammed into its body, a flanged mace falling down to crush another of the creature's legs. The three of them were now locked inside the barrier. The tyrant would not be able to escape anymore. However, the dome of energy was not particularly large. It barely encompassed the enormous body of the winged monstrosity and a few meters of the stone shore around it, leaving Sunny and Dale no room to maneuver. It was like being locked in a tiny cage with a very angry, starving tiger. If the tiger was the size of a small building, had 3 heads, and possessed the tail of a scorpion, and had also been driven into rabid insanity by a whispering jade sword. Crap! The tyrant wailed again, its screeching voice full of madness and fury. Then it rose from the ground and all hell broke loose. Chapter 10:10. The Fall of Falcon. Scott, 28, trapped in the small bubble of the energy barrier, the tyrant turned into a murderous hurricane. Moving with speed that was surprising for such a large creature, it thrashed and spun, trying to rip the hateful humans apart. Sunny and Dale had managed to dodge or deflect the barrage of devastating attacks, for now, but avoiding being crushed by the sheer mass of the frenzied monstrosity was even harder. The barrier was just too small to move away, leaving them no choice but to try and straddle it. That had not been a good choice, even on the tyrant's back. The 3 maws and the stinger could attack them freely. More than that, the abomination instantly rolled on the ground, throwing them off. Sunny barely avoided being buried under the mountain of flesh. Just a handful of seconds after Dale had erected the barrier, he felt the salty taste of blood on his tongue. Both ascended were battered and wounded. Of course, the tyrant was not unscathed either. 3 of its legs were gone, its body was covered with a multitude of deep cuts, and one of its necks was halfway to being severed. Better yet, the creature seemed to have surrendered to its most primal instincts, driven into madness by the sin of solace. The bestial rage of the tyrant was terrifying, but it would have been much more dangerous to fight the monstrosity if it had retained its inhuman intellect. A smart enemy was infinitely deadlier than a senseless one. Now, all they had to do was put it down. Cut off its head. I'm trying. Dale's shield was wedged into one of the tyrant's necks, and as Sunny yelled, he hammered its rim with his mace, as if driving a nail into wood. The heater shield sliced through the flesh of the abominations like a blade, causing a river of black blood to spill onto the stones. Half deafened by the creature's shriek, Sunny manifested a wall of shadow to defend Dale from one of the remaining 2 maws. The wall broken under the monstrous assault, but by that time the Ascended had hammered his shield one last time and one of the tyrant's heads flew off. Damn! After that, Sunny had to worry about himself. The wounded creature shifted, slamming him into the barrier with the looming bulk of its body. Bone weave and marble shell saved him from being turned into bloody paste, but he was trapped, crushed, and unable to breathe. What's worse, there was no escape for most people. Sunny simply dissipated into the shadow projected onto the creature's body by the shimmering barrier, and appeared on the other side of the abomination, his sword already falling to bite into its side. Just like that, the dire battle continued. Sunny and Dale were one mistake away from being greatly injured or killed at every moment, but neither of them had made that mistake yet. As time went on, their enemy grew more and more frenetic, but the 2 masters only grew more effective in their attempts to butcher it. They were learning how to better hurt it with every blow, dodge, and step. Dale's armor cracked, but in return, the tyrant's stinger was shattered by the heavy flanged mace. Sunny was now bleeding from a deep cut above his left eye, but in return, one of Tyrant's maws was missing half of its fangs. Using a momentary opening created by the monstrosity throwing all of its weight against the barrier, Sunny finally managed to position himself for an all-out attack. He dashed forward, turning his body light to create momentum, and slashed the Sin of Solace across the base of one of the creature's necks. The jade giant seemed to laugh as it sliced through the tough hide, steel muscles, and unbreakable bones of the tyrant, emerging from the other side of its neck in a fountain of blood. The second of the three maws fell to the ground. One more. Dale received an earth-shattering blow on his shield and slid back with a low grunt. His hand trembled a little. The barrier won't hold for much longer. We must hurry. Sonny did not need to be reminded. He already felt that the shadows surrounding them were changing. The shimmering energy was growing dimmer every time the tyrant slammed into it. By now, most of its shine was already gone, but the creature had lost most of its weapons as well. It was bleeding heavily, maimed and wounded, its speed gradually decreasing. Sonny knew not to let his guard down. These last moments were often the most deadly, both because human fighters tended to get overconfident when the victory neared, and because their enemies would often abandon all caution in one last desperate attempt to destroy the opposition and survive. Still, this had to end quickly. Risky, the thought flashed through his mind, but Sonny was already moving. Pushing himself forward, he deflected a glancing blow from the creature's tail and slammed into the tyrant like a cannonball. Thrown off balance, the monstrosity reeled and then threw itself into a fierce retaliatory attack. Sonny managed to dodge its legs but not its maw. He simply slashed at it with the Sin of Solace, feeling the flesh part before the jade blade. At the same time, the creature left itself completely open to Dale. The stalwart master lunged forward, his mace suddenly igniting with a dangerous red glow. The moment it connected with the base of the tyrant's last remaining neck, the flanged head of the mace exploded with ominous light, and something thundered. Sonny saw the shape of the abomination's neck melting in the furious red light as it was torn apart. Then, for a second, he could not think about anything anymore. Moments before it died, the tyrant managed to grab his shoulder with its maw and fling Sonny into the air. Feeling a pulse of tearing pain, he found himself flying backward away from the dying creature. His back connected with the weakened barrier and shattered it, the marble shell turning rigid from the impact. Sonny landed gracelessly a dozen meters away from the convulsing body of the tyrant, rolled for a few meters more, and came to a stop at the edge of the water. A pained groan escaped from his lips. That hurt. He slowly sat up and glanced at his shoulder. The leather pauldron of the puppeteer's shroud was pierced in several places, and there were deep scratches on his skin. The tyrant's fangs, however, had not cut deep. The lacerations were shallow. He took a shaky breath and looked up. High above, the devouring cloud seemed aimless and lost. Without malevolent purpose guiding the swarm of brood beasts, they were being slowly obliterated by the city defenses. Saint and Masterjet must have finished off their tyrant as well. Sonny glanced at Dale, who seemed rather battered but alive. We won. By all accounts, he was supposed to feel jubilation and relief. Even though the battle was not over, the irregulars had accomplished their task. Today, the First Army was going to celebrate a victory. However, Sonny did not feel relieved. Instead, he felt cold, very, very cold and frightened. What the hell is this feeling? Struggling against a deep sense of unease, Sonny shivered and turned to the black waves, his hand reaching for the hilt of the Sin of Solace. Just as he did, the water parted and someone appeared from below it. Sonny froze, staring with wide eyes. His face paled terribly. There was a man walking out of the ocean, water flowing from his armor. He was tall, with a powerful build. His hair was dark and his bloodless face was empty, not a hint of emotion hiding in his hollow eyes. Instead, there was something different in them, something vast, alien, and terrifying. The man slowly appeared from the water and took a firm step towards Sonny, looming above him like a hollow wraith. The empty stare of his glassy eyes fell down. Sonny's hand shook. Stunned, he tried to crawl back and whispered in a faint, trembling voice, "Ye Vern, Chapter 10:11. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 29. For a moment or two, Sonny's mind was empty. He crawled back, looking up at the familiar figure towering above him. Vern, it was Vern. There was no mistake. Or something wearing Vern's corpse, at least. His shadow was much more vast and dreadful than a human's shadow was supposed to be. The hollow gaze of the dead master pursued Sonny, his face still and unmoving like a mask. Behind him, the dark waves stirred and more figures rose from the water. Men, women, dozens of them, hundreds even. They marched forward like an army of the dead, silent and emotionless, their eyes drowning in darkness. All their shadows were wrong. The people of Low 49 that Sonny had left to die. He recognized all of them, staring at the undulating surface of the ocean in horror. The terror, strangely, it was the contemptuous laugh of the cursed sword that shattered his paralysis. "Look, lost from light, your sins have come to haunt you." Sonny shuddered, coming to his senses. "What sins, you bastard?" "I did everything I could to save them." The insidious voice laughed again, then whispered, its hissing words falling like drops of poison. "Weakness is also a sin, you pitiful worm. It is the greatest sin of them all," Sonny snarled, then rose to his feet and froze for a split second, thinking feverishly about the situation. After chasing the tyrant, he was now behind the city. There were tall cliffs between the ocean and the northern wall of Falcon Scott, so nothing could escape the shore without being torn to shreds by the defensive armaments. Granted, most of the First Army forces were currently concentrated on the southern side of the wall, fighting against the devouring cloud. The port fortress was nearby, though, and defended by its own garrison. Bloodwave and the Awakened of the House of Night were also there, protecting the anchored ships and overseeing the loading of the refugees. 1,000 enthralled corpses were not going to put a dent in the defenses of the port. As for the terror itself, just as that thought flashed through Sonny's mind, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, behind the slowly advancing figures of the drowned residents of Low 49, the black water seethed and boiled, releasing even more thralls. Nightmare creatures, thousands of them, were rising from the waves, all moving with the same silent, harrowing dispassion. He took an involuntary step back, then steeled himself and raised the sin of solace. The terror's thralls could not be allowed to reach the port. Hundreds of thousands of refugees were currently there, with even more already on the ships. Thankfully, the elevator platforms leading to Falcon Scott were empty. The evacuation stopped briefly on account of the devouring cloud. The defenders of the metropolis had also spotted the new threat. Powerful beams of light fell from above, illuminating the quiet horde. An instant later, a hail of bullets was supposed to tear into it, but it didn't. The spotlights moved on as if not noticing anything. Instead of an obliterating onslaught of heavy rounds, all that came were a few sporadic streams of rifle bullets. The armaments on the wall of the port fortress were silent, too. Sonny felt a chill run down his spine. The hex! He did not get a chance to finish the thought. Vern suddenly disappeared, moving with much more speed than he had been capable of as a human. Sonny shifted, trying to deflect the incoming attack, but his reaction was too slow. A devastating blow sent him flying backwards, the breath knocked out of him entirely. He crashed to the ground and rolled, feeling cold numbness spreading through his chest. Curse it! He had been mistaken to assess the enemy's power based on how powerful the thralls had been before falling prey to the terror. Whatever the creature had done to them, had made them into, was much more dangerous than their former selves. "You are a neglectful fool, aren't you?" Struggling to inhale, Sonny gritted his teeth. Indeed, he was. He had already known that the hexed residents were capable of showing unnatural strength. Why would the slaves be different? If anything, their change would be greater. One master, 100 or so awakened, close to 1,000 mundane soldiers, several hundreds of civilians, and thousands upon thousands of nightmare creatures, all controlled and changed by the terror. with everyone seemingly blind to their existence. The situation was not good. Feeling true fear for the first time in a long while, Sonny forced himself to rise once again and look at the hollow-eyed horde. No, not everyone. Although most of the defenders seemed to be ignoring the terror's thralls, some were still firing their rifles. That meant that the creature's hex was not absolute. With so many residents around, it could only do so much. There was a restriction to its power, which meant that it could be defeated. There was a sound of metal scraping against stone behind him. Looking back, Sonny saw Dale approaching, his buckler raised and dripping with blood. His heart skipped a beat. "Dale, do you see them?" The heavily armored master turned his head slightly, darkness nestled in the slit of his visor. His voice sounded a little muffled. "What are you talking about?" Sonny's heart fell, but then Dale continued. "How would I miss thousands of creatures crawling from the ocean? Of course, I see them. Question is, why are the wall armaments still silent?" More and more nightmare creatures emerged from the water, flooding the shore. Sonny found Vern and shivered, noticing that the dead master was staring at him as well. "It's the terror of Low 49. The wretched thing is messing with people's minds. We need to—" The hollow horde suddenly stopped moving. Thousands of heads turned in unison, countless empty eyes all staring at a single point. Sonny. He shivered. "I guess it recognized me as well." The horde rushed forward. Chapter 10:12. The fall of Falcon. Scott, 30. Across the city to the south, the majority of the First Army forces were fighting the devouring cloud. Even directionless, the gluttonous swarm still posed an existential threat to Falcon. Scott. The sky was torn asunder by fire and explosions. Countless brood beasts melting in that inferno as they threw themselves against the siege capital's defenses. Somewhere further south, far away, Sky Tide was once again engaged in a dreadful battle against the corrupted Titan, Winter Beast. And yet here, on the shore of the dark ocean, a new threat appeared, one that was perhaps no less dangerous than the devouring cloud. Worst of all, no one except for two masters and a handful of disparate soldiers seemed to be aware of it. Or so Sonny had thought. The instant the hollow horde surged forward, the port fortress finally came alive. Numerous turrets turned their barrels, unleashing an onslaught of bullets at the thralls of the terror of the depths. Bright beams of light once again shone on the shore, and several rail guns thundered, cutting rifts through the horde. Arrows and magical projectiles fell down like rain. The thralls had turned out to be too potent to be obliterated by the sudden assault, but they did slow down for a moment. Finally, some luck. Sonny prepared to launch himself into the mass of enemies, but Dale suddenly pulled him back. "What the hell are you doing?" The stalwart master glanced at him calmly, then shook his head. "There's no time for that. The real foe is the terror, not its puppets. You need to go find Bloodwave or someone from the House of Night at least. They need to find the creature and destroy it before it's too late." Sonny blinked. "What about you?" Dale turned to the advancing horde, lingered for a moment, and shrugged. "I'll stay and make sure that they do not breach the wall of the port." There were a lot of words left unsaid, but they both understood the implication. Dale was best at stationary defense, while Sonny was swift and elusive. Their roles were decided for them by that uncomplicated reality, and there was nothing to discuss. The heavily armored master took a step forward, raising his shield and mace. "Go, Sunless. Don't linger." Sonny opened his mouth, then closed it without saying anything. Throwing one last glance at the figure of Vern, who was walking steadily through the hellish barrage of bullets without paying them any attention, he gritted his teeth and dove into the shadows. Behind him, the first of the thralls was already lunging at Dale, hollow eyes shining with the reflected moonlight. "Damn it, damn it, damn it!" Swiftly gliding through the darkness, he soon reached the wall of the port fortress and scaled it, emerging from the shadows on the battlements. Here, a chaotic flurry of activity was boiling. Soldiers and awakened feverishly sending rivers of bullets, arrows, and magic into the horde of thralls. On the other side of the wall, Sonny could see a large crowd of terrified refugees filling a large courtyard below. They had come here to board one of the ships and escape the doomed siege, but got stuck in the middle of the battle instead. Ignoring the grim sight, he ran across the battlement toward the citadel of the fortress. If he could not find what he sought there, he would proceed past the citadel toward the pier, and from there to the battleships if need be. As Sonny ran, he looked around, hoping to see someone from the House of Night among the defenders. He got lucky sooner than he had expected. The wall of the port fortress had towers rising above it at set intervals, each serving as a bunker. As he passed through one of these bunkers, observing the complicated machinery of the rail gun housed within, he noticed a familiar figure standing near a targeting interface. Tall, handsome, with black hair that sometimes seemed inky blue, Neve. Sonny dashed toward the Nightwalker, who looked up from the terminal with a surprised expression. "Sunless, what are you?" Sonny waved a hand, interrupting him. "Long story, are you free from the hex? Can you see the monsters?" He realized something, then looked around with a bit of confusion. "Actually, never mind. How are all of you able to see them?" Neve lingered for a moment. "Nightwalkers like me have a high affinity to guidance and revelations. The ocean and its depths, too. So many of us were able to see through the hex. As for the rest of the garrison, they don't see anything. But they also don't need to, as long as someone provides them with the targeting data. Basically, they are shooting blindly in the direction where we point." Sonny froze for a moment, admiring the effective crudeness of that simple solution. Then his face darkened. On the wall outside the bunker, one of the soldiers suddenly lowered his rifle, remained motionless for a moment, then took a step forward and jumped over the parapet of the battlement, disappearing into the cold water below without a sound. No one seemed to notice his absence. "Where's Bloodwave?" Neve pointed north, toward the pier. "Protecting the ships." "Why?" Sonny answered with urgency obvious in his voice. "This battle can't be won unless the source of the hex is destroyed. The terror of Low 49, we need to find and kill it. Staying on the defensive will only allow that fiend to propagate its influence throughout the city, killing countless people and growing its army. The House of Night and your saint are our best bet." The Nightwalker stared at him for a few moments. His tired face paled a little. "You want us to forsake the ships, dive into the ocean, and fight the terror in its territory?" Sonny simply nodded. "Exactly, and I'll dive with you too." Neve hesitated for a bit, then sighed. "Well, all right, follow me then. I'll take you to see my uncle." Sonny blinked a couple of times. "Wait, that's it. I thought I would have to persuade you." The Nightwalker gave him a strange look. "I was persuaded the instant you uttered this battle can't be won unless. That terror is one of the top targets anyway. So come. Let's hunt the bastard down." Chapter 1013. THYFALLOFFALSON Cyrillic letter 455 SOTT 31. As Neve and Sonny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the night sky, and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever even fought in the water?" Sonny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea and the forgotten shore. The boat that Nephi's had built from the bones of demons that did not survive till the end. "Once." The Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. "How did it go?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" There was not much of a choice anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended from the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get. So, Sonny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. It won't be easy, though. Sonny had a couple of memories that would help perform well underwater, but he lacked experience when it came to fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, Shadow step and shadow manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sonny was unsure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know much about the terror of L049 and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might. But even then, such things were highly relative when it came to a corrupted creature. As Neve and Sonny made their way across the wall of the port fortress, the battle grew louder behind them. Sounds of screams rose into the night sky, and the battlements beneath them shuddered. Ignoring all of it, they rushed forward. As they ran, Neve yelled, "Have you ever even fought in the water?" Sonny spared him a tense look, remembering the harrowing journey across the dark sea and the forgotten shore. The boat that Nephi's had built from the bones of demons that did not survive till the end. Once, the Nightwalker let out a nervous laugh. "How did it go?" Sonny gritted his teeth. "I'm still alive, aren't I?" There was not much of a choice anyway. Neve was probably the only ascended from the House of Night inside the fortress. The rest were protecting the battleships sailing across the strait. Bloodwave was going to need all the help he could get. So, Sonny had to join the hunt for the dreadful terror. Plus, he wanted to. The abominable creature deserved to die, and especially so by his hand. It won't be easy, though. Sonny had a couple of memories that would help perform well underwater, but he lacked experience when it came to fighting in the depths of the ocean. Worse than that, shadow step and shadow manifestation would be nearly useless there. A shadow needed a solid surface to exist, and those were hard to find where he was going. Actually, Sonny was unsure how his aspect would function underwater. Much more distressing was the fact that he did not know much about the terror of L049 and what the abomination was truly capable of. The fact that it relied on mind attacks and manipulation suggested a lack of physical might. But even then, such things were highly relative when it came to a corrupted creature. With the jade blade strapped safely to his back, Sonny walked over to the very edge of the pier and glanced at Neve. The Nightwalker was already clad in a light armor that seemed to be made of black seaweed and nacreous shell. A pale smile appeared on Neve's face. "Ready?" Sonny stared at the tumultuous dark wave beneath them and shook his head. Then he jumped. The ocean grasped him in its cold embrace a moment later. Sonny almost panicked. A deluge of unpleasant memories instantly surfaced in his mind, but then discovered that he could breathe normally despite being surrounded by water. That calmed him down a little. The essence pearl had a strange effect. Sonny could breathe through his nose as if he was standing on solid ground, and there seemed to be an invisible barrier preventing the salty water from flowing up his nostrils. Additionally, the active enchantment of the charm allowed him to see clearly through the dark expanse of the ocean, as if he was wearing a diving mask. He was cold, but not terribly so. It seemed that the high element resistance of the marble shell, augmented by the shadows, was enough to protect him from freezing to death. Adding the memory of ice on top of that turned out to be overkill. Sonny dismissed the blue crystal, relieved to save some essence. Not too bad. A moment later, Neve plunged into the water beside him and swam nimbly forward and down. Sonny had learned how to swim during his wilderness survival lessons back at the academy and practiced it a few times on the forgotten shore. And yet, one glance at the scion of the House of Night made him feel embarrassed. The Nightwalker moved through the water with great speed and ease, looking like some kind of graceful aquatic creature. It almost seemed as if he was more comfortable in the water than he had been on land. Maybe he was. Sighing inwardly, Sonny followed. His movements might not have been as natural or graceful as Neve's, but with the frightening strength of an ascended devil and the help of the nimble catch, he found himself more than capable with keeping up. They dove deeper into the dark water, soon reaching the ships. Sonny felt a tremendous shadow floating silently below a few moments before he saw it. There, in the darkness, a monstrous killer whale was waiting, watching them with its giant blue eyes. Chapter 10:14. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. 10:14. The Fall of Falcon Scott, 32. Sonny had seen Bloodwave in his bestial form once from afar, but up close, the Saint of Night was much more terrifying. The creature he had transformed into looked somewhat like a killer whale, its hide black and white, the lines of its body smooth and predatory. However, it was much, much larger than any mundane beast had any right to be. There was a patchwork of ugly scars covering its hide, and steel armor encasing its long fins, edges sharp like blades. Its enormous eyes glowed in the darkness of the ocean with blue light, full of willpower and intelligence. Even knowing that the giant killer whale was actually a human, Sonny couldn't help but feel tense in front of the great predator. Since the beginning of the siege of Falcon Scott, Bloodwave had rarely shown himself. He mostly remained underwater, protecting the anchored ships and fighting those nightmare creatures that would try to attack the city from the depths. Army Command did not dare leave the port fortress and the vulnerable vessels without a defender. And yet today, that was exactly what had to happen. While Sonny stared at the mighty Saint, Neve glided forward and then hovered in front of the killer whale's snout, keeping himself in place with barely noticeable movements of his arms and legs. The tall master looked tiny beside the giant creature. Huh! Sonny realized that he did not know how to communicate with others underwater. He couldn't really speak, or even open his mouth unless he wanted to lose the essence pearl and suffocate. There was probably a system of signs one could learn, but he had not done that in advance. The world was silent. Not quite. Actually, the ocean was full of sounds. They were just strange and muffled, reverberating through his bones as if he was hearing them with his entire body. The noise of the battle above was like a low, all-encompassing, distant roar. Sonny knew that sound was supposed to propagate very far in the water, but had no tools to distinguish and interpret what he heard. Nevertheless, the Nightwalkers seemed to possess some method of sharing information. A few moments after Neve approached Bloodwave, the killer whale shifted slightly, staring into the depths of the ocean. His pupils narrowed. Then, a strange thing happened. The eyes of the great predator remained clear and blue, but the water itself seemed suddenly tinted dark crimson around them. Sonny felt extremely uncomfortable, as if Bloodwave did not like what was happening at all. Then the sensation passed as swiftly as it had appeared, and the ocean was normal once again. Neve turned around and beckoned for him to come closer. Struggling against the instinctual fear of large predators, Sonny swam toward the monstrous killer whale. Once he got close, there was suddenly a familiar voice in his ears. "My uncle agrees, we have to kill the terror." Sonny stared at the Nightwalker silently. Neve tilted his head a little. "Oh, you can't speak." "Well, there's nothing to discuss. Anyway, all the available information about the creature was already given to us by Tyrus of White Feather. We can only attack the terror and do our best. How is your resistance against mind attacks?" Sonny made a fist and raised his thumb. He doubted that any master had better mental defenses than him. Plus, he was already inoculated against the terror's hex. The Nightwalker nodded. "Good. Taking our awakened into the depths would just mean giving the creature more puppets to control. The three of us will have to hunt alone. Once we discover the terror, Bloodwave will lead the charge, while our task will be to support him. Maybe we'll even survive, who knows. Are you ready?" Sonny shrugged, which was an awkward thing to do underwater. "Then follow me." Neve swam even closer to the great beast, gliding parallel to Bloodwave's back. Reaching the dorsal fin that stood tall like the mast of a ship, he grabbed onto a small depression in the armor encasing it, and gestured for Sonny to do the same. "Great!" "One am going to ride a damned saint into the depths of a damned ocean." Cursing his fate, Sonny followed the Nightwalker's example and latched himself to the killer whale's fin like some sort of hitchhiker fish. He could feel a vast, powerful heartbeat somewhere below him, and a mighty presence that was beyond all mundane senses. Neve's voice resounded once again in his ears. "Don't let go. Well, unless you feel like the pressure is too great for you to handle. I don't know how deep the terror hides and how deep you can dive. Sorry, Sunless. You'll have to learn how to traverse the abyss fast and on your own." Before Sonny could think of an answer, even though he could not relay it, Bloodwave suddenly moved. His great body lunged forward with stunning speed, and a powerful current almost threw Sonny off the fin. He grabbed tighter to the steel armor, feeling how strange it was to be able to breathe freely despite the rushing water. Neve stretched a hand to support him, but then brought it back, seeing that there was no need. This is. Riding a giant killer whale into the dark depths of the ocean was perhaps not the strangest journey Sonny had made, but it was definitely up there with the weirdest of them, especially considering that the whale was actually a saint of the great clan Night. The whole situation would have been comically surreal if it wasn't so dreadful. A terrible enemy waited for them at the end of this journey. Bloodwave journeyed away from the shore, submerging deeper and deeper into the watery abyss. The world around them was ruthlessly cold and absolutely lightless, eerily similar to the sky below of the Chained Isles, but much more frightening. In fact, that was not the only similarity. The deeper they went, the more Sonny felt as if something was pressing down on him. It was as if a titanic slab of stone was weighing on his body, making it harder to move and breathe. The feeling was not dissimilar to the torturous force of the crushing, and thinking of that analogy made him very, very uneasy. The crushing was capable of killing even saints, after all. He tried to control his breathing. No mundane ocean can kill a saint, and in terms of sturdiness, I'm not that far from one. Down and down they went. Chapter 10.